I suppose the question is, do you think he will come to WWE? Let's put that in the chat, shall we? Let's ask that question. Will Ospreay come to WWE? But yes, no, he said that it wasn't something that he was interested in doing. He's actually been quite vocal about being against coming into WWE and moving over to America. But what he's said is that now that he's getting a bit older, he is starting to feel the aches and the pains of his body. And as a result of that, he's started to have some conversations that he's never had before. And so I think he's probably... To be honest, I think that his wrestling style has shortened his career, and I think he's aware of that, and I think he's looking to make as much money as quickly as he can, because I think he's looking at it thinking, I honestly don't know how much more of a career I've got in front of me. I honestly don't know how much more time I've got. So if one of the biggest companies, the biggest company in the world, is going to be interested, maybe I should spend a few years there, build up the bank account, and take it from there. So not a bad strategy by any means. And maybe it could mean that he does come into WWE. Big signing, if so. I sort of feel like it would be similar, comparable to Switchblade Jay White. And you can see that they're now moving with Switchblade. They've obviously built up Bullet Club Golds. Switchblade is now in a little feud with MJF. We're kind of building that up. And so, yeah, you know, it could be a case, should be a case, that we would then see Ospreay coming into WWE and be treated as a big star like that, going after world titles, and I suppose kind of following that Cody Rhodes path, you know? I don't see him coming in and being the next Ricochet. I think he's got too much about him. He's actually got more of a personality, but in ring, he is very, very impressive. Very impressive. So yeah, that'd be a good one for us to get our teeth into, see what people are saying in regards to Will Ospreay potentially coming in. Ratings down, we did touch on that for SmackDown. It did see a slight decrease on Friday, which is a bit of a downer, to be honest, because things are obviously going quite well. So it's a little bit of a shame that we've seen the ratings slightly dip. Hopefully that doesn't continue tonight, and that we're going to actually see some continuation with some of the good ratings that we have been seeing recently. But unfortunately, SmackDown did post a less than stellar number, unfortunately, as we said. And then obviously we've got the breakdown of all the matches tonight. We did talk about this yesterday. We do a Sunday stream now. So we won't spend too long, hopefully, going over stuff we spoke on that stream. Otherwise, that stream is irrelevant. So we can touch on it if people want to. But let's just quickly run down the card and what we've actually got coming up, and then we can take it from there. So Adam Pearce, of course, was kicked off SmackDown. Are we going to see any kind of retaliation? There are rumors that War Games, Raw against SmackDown, is where we're heading. Sami Zayn against Drew McIntyre. That apparently is a match we're getting tonight. I think it was made last week with like a backstage altercation type situation. So that should be a lot of fun. Jey Uso is taking on Damian Priest. So Jey Uso against Damian Priest, that's the match that we've got to look forward to tonight. Becky is defending the NXT Championship against Indi Hartwell. And I've changed my opinion because from the very beginning, I've said I think that she is going to lose that title to Lyra Valkyria. The Lyra Valkyria match is tomorrow. So she definitely gets past Indi tonight. I don't even think I need to do a poll on that. She gets past Indi because tomorrow she's facing Lyra Valkyria, Irish girl against Irish girl. There ain't no way Indi Hartwell's denying that. So Becky wins tonight. She'll go to that match tomorrow. I would have said that's it. I would have said done, right? But there is a curveball, a couple of curveballs actually. First curveball, Jade Cargill. Right? Because we don't know where she's going to land. But she has been appearing at NXT. She was shown on screen, I think, last week, kind of looking at her watch. saying it's time, right? There's every chance that she lands in NXT, and I think she should. I've said from the start I'd put her in NXT. So I think she should go to NXT. There obviously have been rumors about her going to the main roster, but I would put her in NXT. And I think that because she's already been a dominant champion, I think like you can move quite quick with her in NXT. She can be the champ. Like maybe it's Jade that gets that title from Becky. So that's a curveball. The other curveball, believe it or not, is Xia Li. Now, Xia Li might not seem like a curveball, but she did confront Becky, and it was sort of implied that there was going to be a match between the two. Now, we haven't had that match, and we're not getting it tonight, and we might even get some more teases of Becky and Xia tonight, right? So how are we going to do that match if Becky loses the title tomorrow? So I'm thinking, putting the pieces together now, maybe Lyra isn't the one. So maybe it's going to be a case that we get Becky winning tonight, Becky winning tomorrow, Becky versus Xia on Monday, Becky eventually, don't know when, but eventually losing that title to Jade Cargill. So maybe she is going to get through this week. But she's got a busy week, man. She's got 2 matches that she needs to be competing in. So Becky against Indi, the first of those tonight. We've obviously got Logan Paul on the show. There's been some interesting feedback from the little short video that I put out. I did a little thing yesterday where I said, for me, I don't mind if we put the belt on Logan, and I am shocked and stunned that I am saying that, me of all people, right? Saying that is like, it's unfathomable, right? Because that is absolutely something that I was very passionately against. But I think a few things have happened. One of them being that Logan has got himself now into a position where he is really hated, gets booed all the time. It doesn't matter what he does. And I know a lot of people will say, yeah, that's because of the crypto scam situation, right? And that's a perfectly acceptable reason and rebuttal as to why you wouldn't want the belt on him. There's really not much arguing that you can have to that. But what I would say is, just looking at the reactions he's getting, people don't like him. You could put the belt on him. He could be getting booed out the building. It's going to annoy people even more. And all you're doing is you're just building it up for a baby face to get it off of Logan. You're just building it up for a baby face to be the one that stands up to him and gets that title away from him. And that baby face to me would be LA Knight. LA Knight, I don't think, has got much chance of getting the title off Roman. That's no disrespect. I just think that we've already teased Roman and Cody. And LA Knight, you know, it's a match in Saudi Arabia. This time last year, we did Roman against Logan in Saudi Arabia. So I think that it's probably the right match to do right now. He's quite popular, but I think we need to build him more. He's over, but he hasn't really had much time. He's only had a few pay-per-views, to be honest. He's only had a few pay-per-views. I don't even know how many singles pay-per-view matches he's had. It's very few. I mean, I can think of the Pitch Black match, and did he have another match? Did he do anything else? There must have been another one in there. I know that at SummerSlam, wasn't he in like a Battle Royal? And then what did we do last time out with him? I feel like we did something. So, he was in a tag match. Was he in a tag match with John Cena? Has he only had one pay-per-view singles match? You know, it just feels way too early to be talking about putting a world title on him, and certainly the one that Roman's got. So, no disrespect, but for me, I don't think it's very likely he's winning that. And I look at like building Logan up as being this big heel, building up LA Knight, like that could be interesting. So we're going to see him tonight, see what he's got to say. I don't know why he's here. Well, I do. Ratings. They're hoping he's going to bring some of his fans over. But yeah, he is on the show. Guessing to just get some advice from Dominic. I would imagine him and Dominic will have a little moment as Logan is now building and working towards facing Ray at Crown Jewel. Judgment Day are kicking off the show. Apparently they're closing the show as well. I think that'll be the Jey Uso Damian Priest match. And then, of course, we've got Alpha Academy taking on the New Day. So that is what we've got for Raw. I haven't seen anything else mentioned, but there could be more that comes out. Obviously, I'll keep an eye on Fightful Select. They tend to have some rundowns and all that kind of stuff. To be honest, I'm not really too bothered about any of that because of the fact that it's all just spoilers, isn't it, really? Might as well just watch the show rather than worry about everything that's going to be on it. That's all the stuff that certainly had been pre-announced. So, yeah, we've got all of that. And as we said, plenty for us to get our teeth into and talk about. Keep getting your votes in as well. Do you think Will Ospreay is going to come to WWE? I think it's a real interesting one because, as I said, he has come out and said that it's he's feeling the effects on his body. He's 30. He's had a chat with his partner. He certainly was vocal about not doing it in the past, but he's in a different mindset now, and maybe the right offer would convince him to come over. Or equally, and we say this all the time, it could be that he is just using it as a way of getting social media engagement. You know, I feel like a broken record this year. We've said it so many times. There's so much stuff that gets said, exaggerated, and all it's done for is to get you to watch the video, click the like, leave a comment, whatever it might be, any sort of engagement, follow, subscribe, whatever it might be. That's what it's designed to do. And this could just be a way of him using WWE, teasing that he's going to go, just so that people talk about him, click like on his tweet that I think he tweeted out. You know, it could be that. Absolutely, it could be that. So, I don't know. It's a tricky one, though, because I do think his body is hurting him. And I do think that he's probably looking at it going, where can I make the most money? If I've got 5 years left, where can I make the most money? Because, like, this is my life. This is all I know how to do. I ain't going to go off and become a bricklayer, right? So I need to make my money now. I've given my life to this. I'm very good at this. I've got a fan base. Like, how do I make my money now? And I think if there was a big juicy offer that came in, I think that could be very, very interesting, to be honest. Mitchell, shout out to you, said Ospreay against AJ Styles would be one of my dream matches. Yeah, I think you could have a look at a few, actually. I mean, Ospreay against Ricochet is honestly a real gem from, I don't know, would you say this generation? It's always hard, isn't it? When does the previous generation end? When does this generation start? But Ospreay against Ricochet was one of those matches that everyone was talking about. That was a match that everyone had an opinion on. Some thought it was the death of wrestling. Some thought it was one of the most incredible things they'd ever seen. If you've never watched Ricochet versus Will Ospreay from, I want to say about 2016-ish, it really is a significant match. To the point where, not long after that, Ospreay was doing a bit of an interview, I think in England. Paul Heyman was there, and he went on stage, and, like, it was a weird moment, actually. He said he had a contract, and he made this big deal out of this contract, and it sort of felt like, I mean, I watched it thinking it was a WWE contract. It wasn't. Turned out to be a contract for another, like, promotion, little indie promotion. And he was like, this is going to get you into America. This is your path towards, you know, finally getting with the big boys or whatever. And I remember watching it being a bit confused, like it'd been built up like this big thing. And then I was like, it doesn't really strike me as that big of a deal, to be honest. But that shows the kind of buzz that was around him following that match, that Heyman was there and he was making this big deal out of this contract. And, you know, he had really put himself in the shop window. But he stays with New Japan. And he continues to mature and evolve and develop and grow and have banging matches. And, you know, he's got to the point now where he is very much in the conversation for best wrestler in the world. And he's had a bit of back and forth with Seth Rollins on Twitter in the past as well. So, I mean, like, Ospreay against AJ Styles, Ospreay against Seth Rollins. You could redo Ospreay and Ricochet, but maybe just with a bit more of a WWE twist to it, so that it's a little bit more, I don't know, dialed down with some of the crazier stuff. But then you could make the argument the crazier stuff is what made it what it is. You know, loads of high-flying, fast-paced. It's that kind of, you know, imagine a Young Bucks against Lucha Bros match pay-per-view where they're just flipping all over the place, not really selling a great deal, loads of action. Like, it was that. But it was a lot more high-flying, shall we say. Lots of cartwheels and flips and all this kind of stuff. And as I said, there was plenty of people that watched it, thought it was the death of wrestling. But there was many that watched it and were just absolutely blown away by it. So I would be very tempted to redo that match. I think it's so infamous. I think it's such an infamous match. It's one of those matches that really, I think if you've been watching wrestling for a while, and certainly during that period, like, that's a match that you would be pretty excited for, you know? And I could see them doing it as well, because obviously they're both high flyers, both very agile. I don't know if we could quite replicate what happened all those years ago, but as I said, maybe you could make it a bit more palatable for a WWE audience. I don't know, but I'd be down for that match as well. So, I mean, look, we could sit here and go Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens. Like, you can go down a whole list of people that he could face. There's plenty of big names for him in WWE. WrestleBuzz said, cheers, Days. Keep up the great work. WrestleBuzz, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words and appreciate the support. I appreciate everyone that's been joining us. You know, we're starting early so we can get into some of these subjects. I do want to get into the chat. And yeah, it's cool. I mean, that's the reason why we start early, is so that we can, like, chat and throw a few theories around, throw a bit of news around, get into Raw, do the live reactions. And then, of course, we're back again tomorrow. We should have a Wrestling Escape pod. We'll have an NXT stream back on Wednesday as well. So, I mean, the streams just keep on coming, baby. They just keep on coming. William said, would I be a petty person and allow someone annoying to continue making everyone as miserable as me for having to read it over and over again? Have we got drama in the chat? Drama in the chat, guys. Here we go. Here we go. It's kicking off in the chat already. First comment that I got to was drama. People's Wrestling tweet said, he's not the best wrestler in the world. That would be your tribal chief, says the People's Wrestling channel. I said, one of the best in the conversation for one of the best. Cavlog said, what you can say that Impact is reverted to TNA. Do you think they can compete with WWE and AEW? No, but I don't think they're trying to be honest. A name change isn't going to make a difference in regards to them being able to magically now compete with AEW and WWE. You know, what you need is much more exposure. You're going to need bigger names. You know, you're going to need some crazy stories. You're going to need, like, I mean, to be all fairness, what I will say about them is anyone that watches them tends to really speak highly of them. They kind of feel like the little engine that's trying, you know, the little engine that can. It's not the main focus, because the main focus is WWE and AEW. Like, if you look at the war that we just had on the Tuesday between those two, like, Impact's just nowhere near in that conversation, right? Impact could go up against Raw, and I don't know that anyone would notice, to be honest. But their fan base is very loyal, very passionate, really seems to enjoy what that company is doing. And so what I would say is that I do not see in any way any kind of negative reaction to the shows. We don't see, like, loads of botches or cringe moments, because we had this conversation yesterday, and don't worry, I'm not going to repeat myself too much. But the point I was making was that for me, TNA is not a good name because I associate it with that negativity and that kind of cringe. You know, like how WWE fans are like really trying to go after AEW and vice versa. AEW fans are trying to go after WWE, right? We're seeing that, well, that was seen before. So before AEW, TNA were the biggest rivals to WWE, and so the WWE fans would lay into TNA, just like you're seeing them lay into AEW, right? So I was kind of seeing, like I was at work, but on my timelines of Facebook or MySpace or whatever it was at the time, I was seeing lots of like, did you see this? I can't believe that this company's still going, blah, 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 all of that stuff, right? I mean, all the bad moments would be exaggerated and highlighted and easy to find. And I think part of it was because there was a lot of WWE fans that were quite tribal. Tribalism has been in wrestling for a long, long time. It certainly didn't rock up when AEW started. And so, you know, I associate like TNA, those letters for me personally, with that kind of stuff. You know, I think about like, I don't think of all these great matches because I didn't watch it. And the people that were shouting about it were being drowned out. They were being drowned out by the negativity. Maybe in the same way that AEW is being drowned out by the negativity, right? That's an interesting conversation, actually. That's an interesting one. I don't know if AEW's perception has been completely destroyed by things like AEW botches and Jim Cornette and the Cult of Cornette and, you know, the WWE fans that love posting, like, you know, the ratings and love posting pictures of empty arenas and so on, so on, so on. Well, that kind of stuff was happening when TNA were around. So for me, like, when they changed to Impact, it was a fresh start. It was an opportunity for them to distance themselves from that and create something new. And it just seems like that hasn't quite worked for them. And so now they're going back to TNA. And I honestly think that it is really great news if you watch it, because if you watch it, I'd imagine that you've got great memories of that time. I'd imagine that if you as a supporter, you will think back and think, oh, I love this match. I love that match. I love this. I love that. But as someone that didn't watch it, I know how it makes me feel. And it makes me think like that feels to me like a step backwards. It feels like a step backwards because to me, I associate those letters with the more negative aspects from that time. So I don't know. It's a really interesting conversation, one that we didn't really get into too much yesterday because, you know, do you go back to TNA? Do you come up with a brand new name and just go again, go afresh? You know, one thing they could have done is they could have had, I don't know how many shows they have, but could they have had one show called Impact, the other show called TNA, and then maybe gone with like a different name as like the thing that goes over both shows, you know? I don't know. I don't know what the right way forward is. It's not something that like bothers me. I don't watch Impact or TNA or whatever they want to call themselves. Like, so it doesn't really bother me. But all I can do is tell you when I saw the news, what it made me think. And it made me think that it was a step backwards. And it made me think of the more negative things from their past. It's funny because you don't see like people laying into them now, because now all the WWE fans are targeting AEW. So now all I see is positive news about Impact. So it's sort of crazy to me that like all I keep hearing is great stuff about Impact, and now we're going to leave that and we're going to go back to the name where all I remember is bad things. Like I don't get that. But then I keep saying it, I'm not their target because I'm not someone that watches their show. So I think they're just trying to kind of bring back the nostalgia, and nostalgia is a very powerful weapon. It's very, very powerful. And this move could work. You know, there could be a whole generation of fans now, because as we said, when does that generation end? When does a new generation start? There could be a whole generation of fans now that just weren't around at the time, don't have any connections with TNA. They've heard the name, and they're like, whoa, TNA's coming back. That's cool. I'm really excited for that. And I don't know, maybe we'll see a little bit of a boost. But, I mean, look, this ain't going to result in them matching WWE and AEW. But as I said, I don't think that that's the plan, to be honest. I don't think that's what they're trying to do. That is what they were going to do in the 2020 pandemic, but that killed it. TNA was going to be a show on its own. Oh, okay. I saw James say that he likes it, the name change, which is good. As I said, I think if you watch it, I could understand people being into it. And who knows, maybe it will please their fan base and just intrigue enough people whereby they will overall see a lift. And, you know, if you can get a lift by just doing a bit of a name change, then, yeah, you know. So, as I said, you know, I don't want to get, like, twisted on this. I don't want people to get the wrong impression of this. It's not me hating on them at all. I don't have any feelings about them. I don't hate them at all. I've got no feelings about them. Because it'd be like asking me, how do you feel about MLW? You know? So, I wish them all the best. I hope it works out for them. If their fan base is excited, awesome, cool, brilliant. And what I will say is they've got a lot of press out of it. So you've got to take that as well. You know, that's a positive, isn't it? Lots of press over the name change. Stephen said, good evening. Looking forward to Raw. It's the best time of year. An extra hour in bed on Sunday morning. Is there? Is your clocks changing, are they? Do your clocks change? Are our clocks changing? Is there a clocks change coming up? I don't know. I haven't factored in any kind of clock changing into my life. So if there is a clock changing, then I need to I need to think about that. Undercover Manager said, if Impact TNA are getting a TV deal, I think they are gunning for AEW. I, for one, would love to see a war. It's more realistic. AEW versus WWE isn't happening. Yeah, but AEW against Impact's not happening because someone told me that they are bobbing around 200,000. So even if they increase by 100%, they will be at 400,000. They will still be, I mean, they won't even be at where Collision is. And they'll be, like, even if they increase by 100,000, they'll still be 50% of Dynamite. I mean, they're in a war coming. Unless this TV deal is they're going to some pretty major network, I ain't envisaging TNA, AEW war, to be honest. But, I don't know. I keep saying, also keep hearing is just really good stuff about the company. And so I wish them all the best. I think that they clearly are doing some good stuff. And I've heard loads of great things about Josh Alexander. And was the Ospreay match in there as well? Because I've heard loads of good stuff about that. Him against, is it Mike Bailey? I've heard loads of good stuff about that as well. But I don't care about ratings. It's only USA figures that count. Wrestling is global now, says William. As go back an hour, says James. As go back an hour. So that means that we get an extra hour in bed. Is that correct? If it goes back, we would get an extra hour, wouldn't we? Okay, now we're cooking. Justin said, I'm going to give it a chance. I used to watch the old ones back in the 2000s. Dean said, I can't wait to see Jade in action soon. She's got a lot of potential. She's going to be a good star. James said, WWE, AEW, TNA will go about their own business. They won't be in competition. John Cena said, I take ya to war. Miss Clown, I hope you're doing well. Travis said they would beat Rampage, but that's about it. What if Tony Khan bought Impact? Then they just renamed it TNA, says William. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they're looking to sell or what the situation is there, to be honest. I mean, I did see a great interview with Billy Corgan. Billy Corgan was talking about how, you know, they're just trying to go about their own thing. And Like, they're really looking for people to help and support them and everything. And, you know, you really kind of put it across as like, we're trying to get back to grassroots wrestling and everything. And you kind of listen to it and you're like, yeah, man, I can support that. That's cool. I enjoyed Power when I watched it. The problem with the NWA, for me, was that it was amazing. And do you know what? How incredible has it turned out to be, in the sense of, you can now look back at that. We used to do Power watch-alongs on a Tuesday. They would get about 2,000 views at best. And I didn't do it for the views, because I did it because I loved the show. And I really enjoyed it, and it was studio wrestling. And back then, I think NXT and AEW were both on a Wednesday. So we would do Raw on a Monday, NWA on a Tuesday, and then we would try and watch NXT and AEW on a Wednesday, and it was a nightmare. But we watched NWA, and everything was good, and they had Nick Aldis, and they had Ricky Starks, and they had Eddie Kingston, and they had LA Knight, and they had Thunder Rosa. And this is only in like a very small studio that's got a few hundred people in it. And, you know, you had like the seats, like a theater setting, studio wrestling for those that know, a ring. You had the commentators in the corner. You had the promo bit over there. You had the curtain that they walk through. It was like a proper old school feel, and they made it feel like it was old school as well. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed the setting. It was a great community. Everything was good, rocking and rolling. And then I think what happened was that because of the pandemic ruined everything. Because of the pandemic, they needed to make money, because they weren't making any money because they couldn't have an audience. And so they went behind a bit of a paywall, and that was it. It died. Because the thing is, I can pay for that and I can watch it, but we were only getting like a very small amount of people that were joining us, not even 2,000 sometimes. And all of them people weren't going to pay to watch the show. And so all of a sudden then, you know, who are you actually streaming to? Who are you doing a watch along for? I mean, it just absolutely fell off a cliff. The numbers just dropped. I mean, I can't remember off the top of my head what it went down to, but it drastically decreased. And again, you know, it wasn't too far then that we started to move towards NXT moving to a Tuesday anyway, and AEW being on the Wednesday. And so all of a sudden then, you know, my week was pretty much filled up. So, but yeah, NWA, man, I got a lot of love for that promotion. You know, it wasn't really anything they particularly did wrong from a booking point of view. So I do like those guys. And as I said, I've only heard good stuff about Impact, so I genuinely don't have any bad will towards that brand. MLW, I don't really hear much about MLW, to be honest. At New Japan, we do try to watch Wrestle Kingdom, but they're a flipping nightmare. Trying to do watch-alongs of New Japan is an absolute nightmare, because they absolutely love copyright striking people. So sometimes that's just not possible, unfortunately. United We Love said, Days, generally superstars have a heel or face run with a title, but do you think them turning heel or face in the middle of a run could save their title run, which isn't done often? Could that save their title run? Maybe. The only thing I would say is that I am not a big fan of face and heel turns multiple times. I'm a big believer that, I mean, that is for me changing the biggest thing you can change about someone. Their whole connection with the audience probably changes their ring gear, their entrance music. I mean, all the other stuff probably changes as a result of that change. It's the biggest thing that you can change. And for me, if you've got someone that's like a baby face, I would ride that thing until it just really ran out of steam. And even then, I'd keep riding it to make sure that if it had run out of steam. And then, you know, that's when I'd be entertaining the conversation of doing a turn. I certainly wouldn't do it just because a title run has lost a little bit of momentum. Because, you know, you might start opening it up where there's just going to be loads of turns and everyone's turning. And the problem is, if you have loads of people turning, or people turning on a regular basis, like, the whole thing just loses impact. So for me, like, this is something that should be really kept to a minimum. It's a panic button, to be honest. It's a panic button. It's like, if it's gone stale, because what I would say is, if that title run has gone stale, well, freshen it up. I mean, there must be a million different things that you can do, like give them some extra people, build a stable around them, you know, make them make a few saves, or put them in like a really dangerous situation, or put them up against like a debuting person that gives a slightly different angle, or put someone under a mask and create a new character, you know, or, you know, I feel like there's lots of things that you could do. Give them a manager or a valet, or something along those lines. I feel like there should be loads of things that you could do before you press that nuclear option, that panic button of the change. Because for me, that changes everything. It changes absolutely everything. And I think you certainly can use it if you've got someone that is already at that stage, right? Say they've been face for years and they're kind of at that point, and you've put the title on them to try and freshen them up, right? And they've got the belt and it just ain't working, and it's quite clear that you've tried everything now and it's time, right? Sometimes you just know when it's time. On that occasion, I'd be like, yeah, cool, brilliant, let's do it, right? But I think as an alternative of just like an easy way of just like extending the life of a title run, like, it would strike me as a bit lazy, because as I said, for me, that's the nuclear option. That's the biggest thing that you can change about someone. And we all remember Big Show, you know, flipping sometimes. One week he was a face, other week he was a heel. He kept flip-flopping around. You didn't know if he was coming or going with him. And I'm a big believer in it being something that you do a couple of times in someone's career, no more than that. Because for me, like, I think what we've done with Roman has been interesting. So, you know, they came up, the Shield were sort of heelish. They were kind of out for themselves, to be honest. So, you know, they were doing a bit of mercenary work, you know, were they working with the Authority? Were they working with CM Punk? We had all of that. Then they were quite cool. But there was lots of shades of grey. But once they broke apart, that was it. Roman was a face. And we tried a lot, didn't we? A lot of matches, a lot of things. People weren't on boards. It was quite clear that we needed to make him heel. And to be honest, since we've made him heel, it's been amazing. And you can really make the argument that they should have pulled that trigger earlier. And that we should have made him heel earlier. But since he turned heel, it's been absolutely brilliant. But I think the reason why that's had the impact it has had is because before that, we didn't make him heel and then go back to face and flop around with it. He was face for a long time, to the point where people were so fed up of him being face. They were so desperate for him to be heel that when we finally got it, it was such a moment. It was such a fantastic moment. It just changed. It didn't only change Roman, but it changed like the landscape of WWE. I mean, that's a great turn, isn't it? That's a turn that has some serious impact. So I really like it. I really like that one. That's a great example of it being done well. The only thing I would say is you probably could have done it earlier than they did it. But even so, look where we've ended up. Absolutely brilliant. So, yeah, I wouldn't overdo it, would be my answer. But on some occasions, you could probably find yourself in a situation where you could do it and it would be the right thing to do. But I wouldn't make it standard practice. What I mean is Seth's Universal title run got awful in 2019. He was a babyface for a while. Do you think him turning heel could have saved it? Well, I mean, he did go into Messiah, didn't he? That was at the end of 2019. So he did turn heel anyway. So you would it have saved it? I don't know, because he did turn heel and he went into the Monday Night Messiah. And to be honest, I don't think that was greatly received. So had he have turned heel whilst he had like that title run, he probably would have turned into the Monday Night Messiah earlier. And I don't know if that would have been. I don't know if that would have been something people would have gravitated towards, because I don't think they really gravitated towards it during the pandemic. So I think that you could have done it because it got done anyway. But looking at what we got, I don't think people were massively on board with it anyway, so I don't think it would have worked. But you could have started that heel run a little earlier. Jay said, Big Dog Roman was trapped in a babyface nightmare, heat nightmare. I can't believe WWE let it go on for so long. I think it was a bit of a copy, wasn't it, of John Cena? So, I mean, Cena, exactly the same. You know, he was getting those let's go Cena, Cena sucks chants. There was plenty of people. I mean, do you remember when he even teased it? He was like, I feel so good. I think this was the night after WrestleMania 29. He was the champ. He'd just beat The Rock. And it was the Raw after WrestleMania. He was like, I feel so good. I could do a little dance. And he was like, I might do a little shimmy. He did a shimmy and the crowd are like booing. He's like, I might do a bit of a two-step. Did a two-step and the crowd are booing. He went, I might even do a heel turn. And then did like a little heel turn, everything. And I think the crowd were like, oh, okay, respect. He didn't turn heel. But it was good. It was good that was a nice little like... I know what you want. We're not doing it, but I know what you want. Because there was plenty of fans that were done. I've said before, I used to watch Bruce Blitz. He was a guy, I think he might still be around. Honestly, I'm not sure. I think he left to go and do his own network, and he may have returned now. I don't know. But he was like the JD from New York of his day. So after the shows would end, you'd go over and he'd be there running down what had happened. And he would be very angry, very passionate, very vocal. And the one thing that was the big bee in his bonnet was John Cena. He couldn't stand John Cena. He was just, whatever John Cena had done, it was just, hated him. And, you know, he wasn't alone. I mean, certainly if you saw a lot of the comments around that time, this is probably going back to, I want to say about 2012, 2013. It's kind of around that time. It's a long time ago, about 10 years ago now, easy 10 years, if not longer. And, yeah, I remember like watching some of his videos around that time and some of his streams around that time. Definitely about 2013. Yeah, it would have been about 10 years ago. And he was just so angry about John Cena, some absolutely epic rants. But as I said, there was a whole community there, and certainly not alone, because people made their voices heard, didn't they, in the arenas that also were not into John Cena. And I think what we forget is that there was, you know, there is a vocal maybe minority of people that weren't a sizable minority, but it could have been like 70-30, it could have been 60-40, but it's still the minority. Whereas, you know, WWE are looking at numbers that indicate ticket sales, Google searches, merch sales, all of that stuff, right? That indicated that Cena being faced was still the right thing to do. So even though you've got this growing resentment, it still was the right thing to do. And I think they were looking at that exact same thing for Roman. I think they were looking for Roman, and I think that what they were seeing coming back was this is still the right way forward. This is still the guy. Even though we were like super angry about it, I bet the numbers, you know, the numbers will back up what they did. Because they have meetings every week. I mean, on a regular basis, they will sit down and they will look at merch sales. They will look at TV ratings. They will look at Google searches. They will look at YouTube video views. They will look at website traffic and just so many different parameters. Obviously, now you've got all the social media engagement. I mean, they're very quick to tell you this moment did over 100 million views on our social media. Like, the only way they know that is if they're counting that, and they ain't just counting that for The Rock's return. They're doing it for everything. They've got analysts and people that are really poring over that data, and there'll be reports that get generated that advise them, you know, who's over, how over, what's happening, you know. I'd imagine that's massively helped with LA Knight. So not only has it been the chants in the arenas, but I bet the numbers, the data has certainly backed up as well what the chants are saying, that he is the person that people are really interested in at the moment. So, yeah, I think the Roman's really interesting, because if that data was saying this is still the right way forward, at what point do you go against that and take a gamble on going in a different direction, even if the data doesn't suggest that it's the right way yet? They did, and we've got the result because obviously it's been a big success. So yeah, but I can kind of understand why they didn't do it earlier as well. Plus, also don't forget, just before he turned was pandemic. So he, I think, turns at the end of 2020, is it? And so it's the end of 2020. So, there's a good 6 months, 7 months where he was meant to be at WrestleMania and he wasn't. So, 2019 was maybe an opportunity to have done it. But then had you have done it in 2019, he would have been away because of the pandemic. Not that they could have known that, but maybe the timing was just right. Maybe the timing actually turned out to be just right, because had you have turned him and then the pandemic hit, and then because of his vulnerabilities, he would have to go away, because he did go away. He wasn't at WrestleMania 36. That would have been frustrating, wouldn't it? So it's an interesting one. It's a good one for us to kind of get our teeth into. Like, what would have been the better way of doing it? When should they have done it? Maybe you could have gone right back and said that, you should have had him as heel. And maybe you should have been gloating about when he beat The Undertaker, for example. And maybe that could have got... Because do you remember the heat he had after he beat The Undertaker at 33? Like, the Raw after that WrestleMania is like 10 minutes of people booing. Like, maybe they could have used that as the catalyst to have turned him heel. So maybe we could have gone back all of that way. But to be honest, would they have capitalized on it the way that they did? Would we have had the bloodline? Would they have done what we've done now? I don't know. I just know that they did it now and it worked very, very well. Matthew said, do you think Raw is a bit disorganized compared to SmackDown and NXT? Unless it's Judgment Day related, there's not a great deal of excitement, in my opinion. Well, I don't know that it's disorganized. I think it hurts massively from being 3 hours long. So NXT and SmackDown are both 2 hours long, and it's quite easy to book those shows. I mean, you can start off with an opening segment. That opening segment can set up your main event. And so your open and your finish are sorted. You need something to get you from hour 1 to hour 2. That's sorted. And then obviously you can dot in like the odd matches that you need to do to further your stories, and your show's pretty much done. It's a lot more complicated and much more difficult to book Raw and have that extra hour. It only seems like an extra hour, but it's another 50% of the show. So it is a significant amount of time. So I think that is always a problem when it comes to Raw. And to be honest, if you've got Raw, you would, if you've got Raw, you would think it's a no-brainer, an absolute no-brainer, that's the show that Roman would live on. Roman Bloodline would live on Raw, because they open the show, you have them in the main events, you've got a little bit of a group there that maybe they can have a match during the middle of the show. Maybe the Usos have a match. Main event could be Solo, or maybe Solo in the middle and like one of the Usos, or the Usos at the end, or maybe 1 week Roman's having a match, or maybe it was Sami at some point, right? So you've got that ability to like have a few matches, and of course you can keep going backstage to Roman and doing those great backstage promo moments. And so you've got 3 hours there that you can, really lean on the Bloodline, and they can really help fill out that show. 2 hours, leaning on the Bloodline as much as we do on SmackDown greatly reduces the amount of time there is for other stories and for other people. And so, that show feels like it massively benefited by the Bloodline, because the Bloodline dominated that show. The 2 hour show was dominated by the Bloodline. Whereas they could have done that exact same thing on Raw. They wouldn't have dominated it quite as much, but Raw would have massively benefited, because it's a lot easier to book a 2 hour SmackDown than a 3 hour Raw. But because of the way the TV deals are, Fox is paying more money. They obviously want the big stars. And so that meant the Bloodline and Roman went over to SmackDown. So I think that I feel sorry for them. They have had to go with the likes of Cody. Brock's obviously not around that much. We've got Seth. For a long time, we didn't have a championship. We've now got a championship, which is good. and it's being defended, but we're sort of looking around and there's loads of people that have been a bit cold for a while, you know? I mean, we're looking at Nakamura, like, he's cold. Looking at Drew McIntyre, I mean, his opportunity against Roman was like all the way back at Clash at the Castle. Since then, he's kind of not done a great deal. He's been involved in like a intercontinental match at WrestleMania. But you're sort of looking around for Seth, and it's like, just there's a lot of cold options for him. Even Sami is, I don't know that he's cold, but he's a lot colder than he was at the start of the year, because he's just been faffing around in the tag division, which sadly doesn't mean a great deal, right? So I sort of just feel a bit sorry for him. So is it disorganized? I don't know that it's disorganized. I think the Judgment Day have been excellent. And I think that, you know, there's times where they've been on Raw, NXT, and SmackDown all in the same week. So, you know, we've had lots of teases of Finn, Damian, we've had Rhea. She's benefited massively from being in that group, as have, well, I'd say all of them. I mean, Damian has, Dominic has. We're obviously doing a little thing with JD McDonough at the moment. So, you know, there's lots that are going on there. Lots of things that are going on. I suppose the big problem is that there's not been a great deal of other stories to kind of support them. I think we've used Gunther quite well. I think that's been quite good. The problem is that Rhea, the women's champion, is in Judgment Day. It would have been a lot better if the women's champion was not in Judgment Day, because then you would have a women's championship kind of champion, like Bianca, that you could have on the show. Imagine if we had Sasha, and Sasha was the women's champion. You've got Judgment Day, you've got Rhea, you've got Dom, you've got all of that good stuff. You've got Sasha, who can be having like women's matches and feuds and all that kind of stuff as well, you know? And yeah, Gunther doing his thing as well. Granted, we've got Seth, who's in the picture, but the problem is it's going to take a little bit of a while to kind of make his opponents feel relevant again, you know? I mean, we had to do a lot of work to get Shinsuke to the level that he got to. We had to do some really incredible video packages, and there was a couple of missteps in that story, but by and large, it was greatly received. But as I said, you know, you kind of look around and there's a lot of people that are just a bit cold at the moment. And there's a lot of people that need to get onto TV. There's a lot of people that have been injured. I'm thinking like Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa, for example. So it's a lot of time to fill. I think the roster has been a little, dare I say, neglected. I don't think that they've been booked the strongest on Raw. But I think part of that is just the fact that we didn't have a world championship for a long time. So what could we do with them? Couldn't really do much with them, could we? So that's why they've been neglected. And the same with the women's division. What can you really do with them when the women's champ is in Judgment Day? And Judgment Day are getting a load of TV time. And so the division is kind of playing secondary to Judgment Day feuds and Judgment Day stories. So I just think there's a few issues along those lines, which hopefully we can get sorted as we're getting on the road to WrestleMania. But I would definitely point towards the extra hour, and I'd definitely point towards Bloodline being on SmackDown. I'd definitely point to, you know, all the other bits we spoke about. But I don't think it's like an organizational thing, because the same team, you know, Triple H is in charge of creative. It's the same guy that oversees SmackDown, and he's the same guy that gave us NXT. And so he's the same guy that's given us Raw. So, you know, I don't think it's anything in that regard. I just think that there are different challenges to Monday Night Raw. Aaron said that Drew's response about not forgetting about the bloodline and winning the title with no crowd was so good. I would have him win, would you? Aaron, shout out to you, buds. I would... It's difficult. The reason why it's difficult is because I think he's a heel. He's not out and out heel, but he's sort of out for himself and giving across heel tendencies. For me, the end goal here is Gunther. I don't know when Gunther's going to get that title. We have kind of put a bit of a timeline in place saying, could it be WrestleMania? So maybe Gunther goes for it there. I mean, I suppose what you could do is, would I put the title on Drew? I've no problem with Drew being world champion. No problem whatsoever, right? So it's not a case of that. It's a case of actually thinking ahead. And what I'm thinking is, if you put the title on Drew, you're not going to put the belt on Gunther. Because if Drew is a heel, as we think he's going to be, you're probably not going to do heel versus heel. And if you are going to do it, because we have seen heel versus heel, you're probably not going to have the title change hands, because you want the crowd to be behind someone. You want the crowd to be invested, you know? And I think that I enjoyed Bronson versus Gunther, but the criticism would be that who are you necessarily rooting for? Like, who are you rooting for? Because they were both heels. And I think the same would be true between Gunther and Drew. So what you could do to counter that is you could have Drew win the title. He could carry the belt into WrestleMania. And maybe rather than Gunther win it, maybe Sami wins it. And Sami gets the title from Drew. And then Sami drops the belt to Gunther SummerSlam next year. So maybe we're looking at, I'm not saying that it's going to go this way, because absolutely Seth could retain. I think what we're starting to look at, though, is some options, which is always welcome. So I think what we're looking at is Seth could retain, and then he could drop to Gunther, or Drew could win, and then he'll drop to a face. And for me, I'm so desperate for Sami to get that world title that I would love it to be Sami. And could you imagine Drew versus Sami match with Sami trying to win a world title? That would be epic. But you know what would be more epic? Sami versus Gunther. That would be more epic. And Sami losing the title to Gunther and Gunther becoming world champion. I couldn't think of a better end to Sami's world title run, to be honest. I couldn't think of a better way for that to finish. And maybe you do your Brock Gunther feud that people are so desperate for, whilst we're waiting for Gunther's time to go after that world title. So would I put the belt on Drew? Yes. If he's going to lose it to a face, someone like Sami. If that's not going to be the plan, then I would leave it on Seth. It would come down to what comes next and which way do you want to go next. That's where my head would be with this. So, but actually coming down to, like, does Drew deserve it? Yeah, definitely. I got no issue with Drew winning it. No issue at all. Because I am exactly the same as Aaron. I think the exact same thing. I think brilliant story that he won that title and no one was there to see him win it. And he's been cheated. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because he won it in the pandemic and there was no one there. And then he gets another shot at it in the UK, of all places, and gets cheated. I mean, it's one extreme and the other. No one there, and then all of his fellow countrymen there. And he wins it when no one's there, and he couldn't get it done when he sang a lovely song, but he couldn't get it done in the UK. So I completely agree. It's a great story. They've got some... I don't know that this is necessarily what they were gunning for at the time. I think it was probably more along the lines of we need to keep it on Roman, more than this will be great in the future. We'll use it. I don't know that they were thinking on that level. But I certainly think they were thinking on the level of we need to keep it on Roman. How can we... Because we got to be honest, the song was garbage after, wasn't it? Like, they didn't do a good job of saving the end of that pay-per-view. So, yeah, I think that definitely we can go either way. We can go either way, because I agree it's a great story. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friend. I really, really appreciate the support. I appreciate everyone that's fired in super chats and everyone that's joining us as well. Everyone is absolutely welcome as we work our way towards Raw. If you are just joining us, Raw begins in about an hour. We've been live for an hour already, believe it or not. I've said before, these streams, they go so quickly. They go so fast. And we have been live for an hour already. We've got another hour to go. Before I jump to Delwyn's super chat, let's treat this like the start of the next hour, like they do on Raw, right? I'm going to take lessons from how they book wrestling. So this is the start of the next hour. There might be people just joining us now. So let's run down the card and then we'll jump to Delwyn's comment and then we'll jump in the chat. So Sami against Drew. Sami Zayn against Drew McIntyre. We've got that match tonight. Brilliant match. A match that I would love to see for a world title. But I think because Drew is in the feud with Seth at the moment, he needs the win. So I think him cheating here to get the victory would be in line with this heel turn we're seeing from him. So Sami against Drew. Love it. Great. I think that Drew gets the win and there'll be a bit of cheating. Jey Uso against Damian Priest. Yeah, fine. Definitely into that. Damian's doing some interesting stuff. Judgment Day are doing interesting stuff. Let's see how that goes. I expect Damian will win. Then we got Becky against Indi. I got no doubts on this. Becky's winning, right? She's got a match tomorrow against Lyra Valkyria, and it's a big deal. Halloween Havoc tomorrow on NXT. Halloween Havoc night 1. Pretty good looking card, to be honest. So, and always chance that is where Jade Cargill is going to finally make her presence felt. She has appeared down in NXT, kind of getting out of a car and meeting Sean and appearing on a screen. She hasn't actually been in the arena yet, anywhere. And I do wonder if that's going to be tomorrow. We've got Logan Paul on the show tonight. Think he's going to have a word with Dominic and maybe get some inside information on Ray. That'll be seeing Dominic and Logan in the ring together at the same time. That could be fun. And who knows, maybe they will book a tag match with the two of them tagging together because that is something that Logan has actually spoke about. He said that Dominic's getting such heat at the moment and he's getting such heat. Putting them together as a tag team could be interesting. Like, it might be the most heat any team has ever got in the history of wrestling. And then we've got Judgment Day apparently kicking off the show, and we've also got Alpha Academy taking on the New Day. So that's what we're looking at with Raw tonight, and there might even be a few other little bits and bobs. Just looking at Fightful Select, it doesn't look like they've got an article up yet. Sometimes they do have information up, but as we said, nothing yet. Let's get to Delwyn's comment, shall we? Delwyn, shout out to you, says, as a lifelong WWE fan, I haven't seen any matches nor a great promo, but he's amazing. If he wants to be a top guy like Roman, Seth, Cody, then he can hang in the big league. Sign WWE. I think he is more an AEW guy. Who are we talking about? Who are we talking about? As a lifelong WWE fan, I haven't seen him in any matches nor cut a great promo, but heard he's amazing. Feel like this is probably Ospreay, would be my guess. So if he wants to be a top guy like Roman, Seth, Cody, then he could hang in the big leagues, sign WWE, but I think he's more of an AEW guy. Well, if that is who I think it is, and I think it's Ospreay, what I would say is that he is someone that is confident on the microphone. I think his promos can be very New Japan in the sense of lots of bad language, lots of aggression. He would definitely need to find a way and a voice that would better suit WWE. And when I say voice, I don't mean change his voice. I just mean like how he communicates, really. It needs to become a bit more PG, a bit more WWE friendly. Because in New Japan, you can get away with saying anything, and they come out with all kinds of things, in AEW, they come out with a load of stuff as well, but you can't get away with that in WWE. So what I would say about his promos is that he can talk, he's confident, his delivery is all right. I don't think he's the greatest promo, but equally, if he was to stand in the ring with a microphone, I don't think he would embarrass himself. I think that he would be perfectly serviceable. But yeah, that's not going to be his strength, but then it wasn't Bret Hart's strength either, and Bret Hart did all right. I think if you're getting Ospreay looks all right as well, he's not the smallest of guys. There's bigger, but there's much smaller as well. I think he, size-wise, is, more than comparable to a Seth Rollins. In ring-wise, he can really go. He can really work. He's very crisp. He's got a great moveset. I mean, I would say that his ricochets... He's like Ricochet if Ricochet would level up, right? And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, because what Ricochet can do is stunning, but Ospreay can do that. Ospreay went toe-to-toe with Ricochet back in the day, and they were both hanging with each other, right? So Ospreay can do the stuff that Ricochet can do, but because he's that bit bigger, and because that he has kind of really been at the IWGP champ, and he's been at the top of the tree, and he's had to work against lots of different people, he has developed that kind of hard-hitting, strong style as well. So not only has he got the aerial side of things, but he can throw shots, he can brawl, he can hang with a Kenny Omega and not just flip all over the place like a Ricochet, Ricochet has to rely on that because he is on the smaller side, but Ospreay doesn't have that disadvantage. He can do the flipping stuff, but he's got the size as well. So for me, I wouldn't say he is a Bret Hart, but I would say that it's comparable in the sense of his promos are going to be passable, they're going to be serviceable, they're not going to be outstanding, right? His wrestling is going to be what will catch the eye. His wrestling is going to be what really makes him stand out. Him and Seth could really cook, and him against a few people actually could really cook. So I've no doubt that he would be a top guy. And when we say top guy, I'm not saying Roman. I don't think he would be Roman. I don't think he would come in and be like the face of the company. I think just below Roman, there is a lot of faces, if you will, right? And I think that's where your AJ Styles is at. And I think that's where your Kevin Owens is at. And I think, to be honest, that's where your Seth Rollins is at as well. I think there's only one face of the company, and that is Roman Reigns. And I think that in the 80s, there was only one face of the company, and that was Hulk Hogan. But it didn't mean that we didn't also have Roddy Piper and Jake the Snake Roberts and, all this other level that was just below. And I think that Ospreay would come in and he would get to that level. I think there is a chance that Cody could be the next face, the next Roman. I think that they've done a lot of work with him, and he's got a real connection with the kids. And also I think people respect him, and he's a Rhodes, and he's going to finish the story and all of that stuff. So I think that Cody will be the next one to take over from Roman. I don't think Ospreay would come in and be able to do that. Maybe he could if things went well and the people got behind him and WWE got behind him, and who knows, maybe. But to be honest, my expectation is that he would come in and he would be a Kevin Owens. He would be a Sami Zayn. He would be, dare I say, a Seth Rollins. Seth's interesting, so I feel like Seth is that go-between. He's sort of that. Seth's certainly bigger than Sami. Certainly bigger than Sami, and I'd argue he's bigger than AJ. And Kevin. I feel like you've got Roman, and then you've got Seth, and then you've got that kind of level, but Seth isn't on Roman's level. And not because of wrestling or anything. It comes down to the look and the presentation, doesn't it? It comes down to the machine. The WWE machine is fully behind Roman. I mean, even when Roman's not there, there are people that are talking about him and acknowledging him. If Seth's not there ain't no one talking about Seth. But if Paul Heyman, I think, rocked up to NXT, and he was talking about how he is the wise man for your reigning, defending, undisputed Universal Champion, Roman Reigns. He's even if Roman has got nothing to do with the show, if Paul Heyman is there, or if Paul Heyman's on an interview, you're still getting that message that Roman is the guy. And that's a big difference maker. Seth doesn't have that. So, as I said, it's not promos. It's not wrestling ability. Maybe there's a little in the look because Roman is that bit bigger and he looks like flipping a god, right? I mean, honestly, if you found a statue in like ancient Greece and it looked like Roman, you'd go, yeah, that makes sense. You know, he's got an incredible look. I mean, he can go off and do movies whenever he wants, of course. And I think that Seth maybe isn't quite on that level. I don't think many of us or any of us are on that level. I mean, he really is something special. But you have to be special to be at that level, and you have to be special to have the machine behind you as much as what Roman has got that machine behind him. You know, you have to be a John Cena. You have to be a Hulk Hogan. You have to be a Stone Cold Steve Austin, who might not have had the look that Roman's got, but his mic skills, his personality, his charisma, his whole mannerisms, you know, all of that was just absolutely through the roof. So, yeah, I think that if we are talking about Ospreay, and I hope we are, then I think he could come in and I think he'd be a fantastic addition. But in no way would I expect him to come in and be the new Roman Reigns. And you know what? I was thinking about this the other day. I was thinking, where is that next Roman? And you know what? I don't think he's shown himself. I don't think he's here. And I was thinking about this. I was thinking when Hogan left in 93, we looked to find the next Hogan, and they brought in Lex Luger. And obviously throughout 93, 94, it was, is it Bret Hart? Is it Lex Luger? The crowd rejected Luger and they wanted Bret. But, you know, we know that 94, 95, they're not good years. They're not good years. You know, Bret's drawing ability was not brilliant, right? To be honest, I feel sorry for him because I just think that there was a bit of a come down from Hulkamania and how intense that had been. I mean, it was a real boom period, rock and wrestling and all of that. And I think it ran its course. And then Bret came along and Bret deserved better, to be honest. So I do feel sorry for him. But either way, I've said before, you look at the numbers and, you know, they weren't bringing in eyes. The views were all down. 95 in particular is a really bad year. We're looking, you know, it doesn't take long. We're looking to find someone else. And so we're looking at Sid. We're looking at Undertaker. We're looking to see if there's someone else that can kind of lead the company. Diesel, of course, as well. We're trying Diesel. So, you know, we bring in Vader. There's a few thoughts about Vader. We've got Shawn. I mean, it's hard. We're trying to replace Hulkamania, and look at the amount of names that we just mentioned of all these people between 93 and 97 of all these different people that we're trying. And we're trying to find a way of bringing back those good glory days. And it's not until we get to Stone Cold and the Attitude Era, and obviously The Rock coming through and like Triple H coming through, it's not until we get to that period that things really start cooking again. And I was thinking this, I was like, if Roman's going to go away, where's the next Roman? And to be honest, I don't think they're here. There may be some people that disagree, and they might say it's Theory. They might say it's Bron Breakker. They might say it's Carmelo Hayes. I don't think they're here. I don't look at anyone on that roster at the moment and go, they're next. I mean, the closest you could come is Gunther, but I don't know that Gunther's going to do it because he's a big heel. I mean, unless, I don't know. I mean, you can obviously turn him face, but I don't know. He's not American as well, which I don't know if that's going to be difficult. He's not American because Stone Cold was American. The Rock was American. John Cena was American. Roman is American from Pensacola, Florida. Gunther's from Austria. And I don't know, in 2023, 2024, is that going to be a barrier? Bron Breakker definitely feels like there's potential there, but I don't think he's big enough. I don't think he's got the mic skills. I don't think he's got the charisma. I don't think I think he's got a decent look, but I don't think that look is special enough. I don't think that it is good enough. I think that, you know, there's every chance that he's going to be, you know, the next, I don't know, like, he could be the next Heidenreich or something, couldn't he? He might come up to the main roster and just do all right. It might be someone that wins a world title. I think he could win a world title, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about where's the next face. Where's the next face of the company? Where's the next person that's going to really take this ship forwards. And I think Braun has got a chance to be at the top of the cards. I think Theory has got a chance to be at the top of the card, definitely. I really like Theory. I think Theory, if the stars align, you can see that he looks like Cena, and he showed a lot more personality in NXT. I mean, I don't know if it's because we've been trying to be more serious with him, but nothing on the main roster has felt like it's fitted Theory. Theory in NXT was an exciting prospect. He's come to the main roster and he's just died a death, man. I mean, his Money in the Bank was awful. His US title run has been awful. There's been so much about him that's been awful on the main roster. I don't know, it's hard to see if he's going to be the next one. Looks-wise, definitely. Personality-wise, well, I thought so, but it's been awful, hasn't it? It's been awful. So I don't know anymore. I really don't know. We'll have to obviously see how it all pans out and plays out, but I don't think it's unfair to say, maybe we're just in that 94 stage. Maybe we're just in that 94 stage where there's lots of options. You go, there's Sid, there's Luger, there's British Bulldog, there's Diesel coming through, Shawn Michaels is there, Undertaker if we need to, there was options, but it didn't turn the business around. It wasn't until we got to the Attitude Era and Stone Cold and Rock and all of that we went to the moon. And maybe we're just in that spot right now. Time will tell. But Ospreay, I think, as I said, if he comes in, will fit very nicely in that row alongside Kevin Owens and AJ Styles. United We Love said, even when Roman wasn't on SmackDown, Paul was saying to Rhea, watch the locker room you are in all summer. Even when he's not there, they still give that aura of final boss, and that is hard to do. Yeah, I completely agree, and I think that stuff is... I don't. It's not really subliminal, it's in front of our eyes, but that does play a big part in, if you're constantly being told that's the guy, and not even just by that person. If Roman was saying it, you'd be like, yeah, okay, because everyone bigs themselves up. It's a whole different level if you've got other people to big you up, and not just anyone, credible people. I mean, what Heyman brings is a lot of credibility because he's the ECW guy. He's the guy that discovered and, was the mouthpiece for Brock Lesnar, for a long time. And, he's the guy that helped oversee the end of the streak. And all of that goes into making him a very credible person. And so him now aligning with Roman and him being in awe of Roman, and him going on shows and telling you about your tribal chief and how he's the greatest superstar of all time because of his credibility, it really carries a lot of weight. And, someone like Seth just doesn't have that. There's no one doing that for Seth, and there's no one doing that for Kevin. There's no one doing that for AJ. And that is definitely something that helps make Roman stand out, as does the fact that whenever he's on, it's hyped, and whenever he's on, he opens the show, and he can stand there, put his hand out, and get the microphone, and everyone else has to flip and come out and do their own promos, and not guaranteed to open the show, and they might be in the middle of the card. And the bottom line is, it's you could do it with someone on Raw. You could do that exact same thing with someone on Raw. But you can't really do it to a lot of people. You can't have loads of people at that level. But really, I would say WWE should have two big Roman-type stars. Could you imagine if somehow we found a way of presenting a babyface as big as Roman? Because I don't know that Cody is quite as big. I don't think he is. And I think there's a few reasons for it. I think Cody is the one. And I think the hope is that when he gets the title and Roman goes away, that Cody can keep the good numbers coming in, and maybe he will. But I think that he is just getting a bit too mixed in, and it's just a bit too in the mix. I kind of think that the presentation of, like, you open the show with this guy and they come out and they talk, and maybe there's someone that can do some talking for them, and there's some lessons that I think can be learnt from the success of Roman and the tribal chief. It'd be good if we could take those lessons and find a way of building up like monster baby faces. I mean, if you think about the biggest baby faces, I think you've got to look at Cody and Seth. And I think that Seth he's got a music that people enjoy singing live, and he does the wacky outfits. But beyond that, what is there to Seth? There's a lot of people going, I missed Monday Night Rollins, or I wish Seth would change. Like, there's a lot of people that aren't massively into what Seth's doing, because all he's doing is wearing wacky clothes. And then Cody, people know that he needs to finish the story, but he's been faffing around with the Judgment Day. And, like, he's just sort of been getting mixed in with, like, that kind of situation. It's been a bit meddling. We're talking about Roman being presented as a god, and like we just don't seem to have that so much with the baby faces. I suppose Seth is kind of trying to do that himself. He'll come down, won't he, in his wacky attire, and he will take that moment to put his arms out and his head back as the crowd are singing his song. So I suppose in a way Seth is trying to manufacture that for himself, but beyond that, there's not a great deal there, I don't think. And I think, it'd be interesting if we could take some of those lessons from Roman, put them into a monster babyface, and then, of course, you build them both up and you collide, and then you've got your Hogan Warrior situation from WrestleMania 6, which was awesome. That was a long conversation, but a fun one. Potentially new tag title designs could be revealed today, said Brinley. After the report of 2 designs and WWE testing them out, I was expecting it soon. Finding out that Judgment Day are kicking off the show means it could be tonight, says Brinley. Nita said Seth is like a beautifully wrapped Christmas present with a rubbish gift inside. Unfortunately talented, but they don't have any real direction for him. Do you know what? I wish that we had a bit more depth. I agree. I think that the fact that he's, married to Becky and they've got a kid and it just never gets mentioned. And I don't know, they just seem to be living their own separate character lives. It's very rare, if ever, that it's acknowledged that they're together. And I sort of feel like there's a wealth of things we could do there. And I feel the same about Bianca and Montez as well. I think that look how successful it was when Logan started bringing in the fact that Samantha Irvin and Ricochet were in a relationship. Again, not something that gets acknowledged. I think we've touched on it a couple of times. One of them being when Logan said, "I can't wait for your missus to announce me as the winner." And, what I like about that is it's quite influencer boxing. That's the kind of thing that you see them doing in influencer boxing. Like, they get quite personal. Obviously, they can overstep the mark, like we've seen with Dylan Dennis, and everyone's got their opinion on that, right? I'm not interested. But that's the kind of thing they do there. And I don't think we necessarily go down that road in WWE, but you can, and you can do it in a PG way. What Logan did was a PG way. It was the PG equivalent of what Dylan Dennis did. That's your missus, and she's going to be saying my name as the winner after I beat you. That's going to upset you. It's going to really upset her, and I'm going to absolutely love it. And that kind of level of psychology, I think, is really interesting and something that maybe we don't go to enough. And, you could do stuff like that with the whole Becky, Seth, Bianca, Montez. Like, it opens up worlds of opportunity that we just don't really dig into. So, when we talk about him, like, wearing clothes and being outrageous and there not being much depth there, this is the kind of thing that we mean. Like, I think I will give them credit for the back. The fact that he's got a back injury, which I think he might have, and that being something that Shinsuke wanted to target. I mean, that got universal praise. I think everyone enjoyed that. That gave his character some depth, because all of a sudden he had like a weakness that could be targeted. And actually, I think there was plenty to enjoy about that feud. But prior to that, it has largely just been him involved in feuds that don't have like that kind of depth and substance to them. So if this is going to be the start of us doing feuds that have got more depth and substance, brilliant, bring it on, because he is a fantastic talent. He is brilliant in the ring. When you give him something to say on the microphone, he can deliver it. He's not a bad promo at all. So there's lots that you can be excited about with Seth. This isn't a let's all hate on Seth, right? Not at all, because he will be remembered as one of the best in WWE history. Because, you know, he was in the Shields. He's one of the best Money in the Bank cash-ins. He's been a multiple-time world champion. You know, he's got longevity now. You know, he's been on the main roster 11 years. I mean, that's really significant as well. If you think like that's 11 years, I mean, Hulkamania started in what, 84? That would mean that Hogan would still be around in 95, and he was long gone by then. So Seth has been on the main roster longer than Hulkamania was around. So, you know, it's a long time. He's got longevity. He can cut promos. He's reinvented himself. He was in one of the best factions of all time. He's a multiple-time world champion. He had one of the best cash-ins. You know, he is absolutely one of the best to do this. But he just gets very little creativity to get his teeth into, you know? Very little. So I would welcome some depth to that character. Very much so. And I thought what we saw with his weakness and his back and everything, I thought that was really, really good. And the story this time around doesn't seem to be about him. Actually, the story this time around with him and Drew is probably it's probably in the place it should be, and that is focused on Drew. And it's focused on Drew winning the title in front of no one and not winning it when he was in the UK. So that's probably correct, isn't it? That's probably the right way to look at it. But again, it just means that Seth kind of goes without much, you know, depth to his character. But yeah, you know, you really want that monster babyface on Raw. You really want that character that's being massively put over. And I don't know, it just seems like they don't fully commit to Seth or anyone else other than Roman. Roman goes away for a while, comes back, you know, he operates on his own schedule. I mean, there's something cool about that. I know it annoys people that he doesn't defend more, but he doesn't care. And he can do what he wants when he wants. Like, really, he runs the show. And again, that's something that others can't do. And it's another point of difference. So there is room for another Roman in the company, but for some reason, we just seem to be reluctant to do it. But Mitchell said, just a fun question. With them having Aldis and Pierce having issues, do you enjoy brand warfare? Would you prefer each brand has their own identity? I'm not a massive fan of brand warfare because it doesn't feel genuine. So, you know, and certainly right now, because brand warfare doesn't mean anything. They're not competing. We know they're under the same umbrella. We know that there's a draft and the superstars change brands. Why would a superstar fight to the death for Raw if they've recently only moved there like a few months before? Or, you know what I mean? Like, they've not been there long, however long it might have been. Or maybe they're not even being used that well. Like, why would they care about Raw or SmackDown or whatever it might be? So the brand warfare thing, it never feels like it matters, because if SmackDown wins at Survivor Series, well done. Next night or the next show, we move on and no one cares. There's no repercussions. So it never feels like it matters who wins. I never could quite understand why the wrestlers are fighting for their brands so passionately. Because what in the real world, what do they care? Yeah, all right, they're getting paid by that brand to represent them, so you can say, well, the money is making them do it. But even so, it's not as engaging or satisfying as a real feuds. You know, let's, for example, if we do a LWO split, right? I don't know if you've been seeing, but it looks to me, and I know to others, that Legado del Fantasma are having a bad time in the LWO. If you look at Santos and you look at Wilds and you look at the Legado del Fantasma boys, they are being jobbed out. They're losing. Santos can't get a win. He can't get a break. Now Carlito has come in to save the day. All of a sudden, you've got the Legado boys that are just very quickly being pushed to the side, jobbing out. Ray won't see it that way. It's like, no, we're family. We're all in this together, all that kind of stuff. But resentment is surely building, right? Surely building. And we might end up getting Legado del Fantasma versus LWO. I mean, there's rumors of Dragon Lee, like, being main roster now. So what if you have Ray, Dragon Lee, Carlito as the LWO, and then you have Legado del Fantasma, and you have this real heated war, built on disrespect or perceived. You know how all they do is talk about respect in the LWO, and you're my inspiration, you're my family. Everything's so turned up to 11, right? That I have to think that the disrespect and the hatred and everything, that'll be turned up to 11 as well. And so you could have this really violent war, right? And you could do some interesting stories as well. Maybe Zelina kind of caught in the middle, not knowing which way to go. Maybe she picks a side. Well, if she does pick a side, who would the female be to counter her on the other side? And so that, to me, way more engaging, way more interesting, way more satisfying than just doing a phony Raw versus SmackDown thing, right? What I would say, though, is I'm open to it being a match. I wouldn't do the whole cards. But if you want to do a match and you want to do it whereby Nick Aldis wants to prove that he is the equal to Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce doesn't think Nick Aldis is as good. Who's this guy that's just come in that thinks he's going to, tell Adam Pearce what to do? Where's the respect? Why is he not asking Adam Pearce's advice? Adam Pearce has been here for years. Blah, 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 blah. Like, maybe they handpick people that they trust, handpick people that they know are going to go to war for them, and it's built on that rivalry. Well, all of a sudden, that's different, isn't it? That's not really the same as previous Survivor Series. Previous Survivor Series is just teams from Raw, SmackDown, doesn't really mean anything, doesn't really matter what happens, there's no real repercussions, so on. Whereas all of a sudden there is a story to this, and it's more about Aldis and Pearce, and I can get behind that. I don't mind that. That feels different to me. So by and large, no, I'm not a massive fan of the brand warfare thing. I know that people like it and enjoy it because it means there's invasions, but we've seen those in the past. So, and they can still be fun, seeing a load of superstars trashing the locker rooms and beating people up backstage. Don't get me wrong, that can be enjoyable. But as I said, when you actually get to Survivor Series, it can feel very... I don't care who wins. I'm not bothered who wins. Why am I meant to root for Raw? Why am I meant to root for SmackDown? Like, why am I meant to be rooting for I watch both. I watch both. They're both under the WWE umbrella. I watch both. I don't have a favorite. I mean, all I tend to do in those situations is look at the teams and just see which of the two teams do I slightly prefer, who's got some wrestlers on I slightly prefer, and then I find myself just going, well, I hope they win. But if they don't, I'm not. It doesn't mean I don't care. So, yeah, I know. I'd much rather have like some proper feuds that you can get your teeth into, But I like what you said there, Mitchell, actually, about having both shows having their own identity, because I think both shows do have a slight identity difference. I mean, more than just the red and the blue. I do think that the extra hour makes a bit of a difference as well. Because obviously we know that with Raw, you've got that extra hour. So there's a lot more content there. There's a lot more stories that are going on. It still feels, as a result to me, like it's the A show. I've still never been able to get SmackDown in my head as the A show. Even though SmackDown has got the bigger ratings, it's got Bloodline, I think it's just been drilled into me that Raw is the A show. And so it still feels that way. SmackDown does no longer feel like it's the long lost cousin. It no longer feels like it's the real trailing behind equivalent, right? I mean, back in the day when we had the original brand split, SmackDown felt amazing. I mean, SmackDown was amazing. Obviously, we had some amazing talent that was there, and consistently they were putting on the better shows. But for the longest time, Raw has been perceived as the A show. 3 hours long, you know, it's where you've had a lot of your biggest stars. Granted, in recent years, and certainly since it went to Fox, SmackDown has had Bloodline, and that has had the better ratings. But it still hasn't flipped it in my head for whatever reason. It just means that both shows feel quite close. That's probably the better way of putting it. It feels quite close. But because Raw is still in my mind like Raw, and it's the A show, it's been going since 93, got all their memories, all those moments. I suppose there is still a little bit of an identity difference between the two. But I would like to flesh that out more. That's why I think it's a really good point, because I would like to try and flesh that out more. I would like to see more of a difference between them. Delwyn said, yeah, I was talking about Ospreay. He'd be AEW bound. Tony and AEW would want him more. I would probably pass him if I was Nick and Triple H. Business has to be smart moves and good mind make great decision. Okay. If he was available and I could get the deal done at what I think is a reasonable price, I would get the deal done. I think that bringing him in, I think his talent and bringing in people of his talent, that's always a positive, because he is talented. And I think that if you can get someone of that talent level, and I think he's 30 as well. So, I mean, you're talking someone that's a good age. You're talking about someone that's regarded as one of the best wrestlers in the world. Talking about someone that's got a hell of a lot of experience, knows how to main event shows, knows how to be the champion of a major brand. I think he really is ticking a lot of boxes. I don't disagree that he would fit very nicely into AEW, but then part of me goes, why give them such a big talent? Why allow them to get another big name? You know, it would be a big help for them to have Ospreay, because they'd have Omega, they'd have Ospreay, they'd have Switchblade, they'd have Edge, they'd have Christian, you know, they'd have Bryan Danielson. Like they've got some good names. So I'm not saying take him so that AEW don't, but I'm just saying if you do need another little reason, that might be another little reason. I think take him because he's one of the best to do it right now, and I think he is highly regarded amongst wrestling. Hardcore wrestling fans. I think that if you do want that little extra, then you could stop from AEW from getting a talent. I think WWE were very interested in Switchblades, but the only reason they didn't do it is because there was a recruitment freeze. Otherwise, I think they would have had Switchblade as well. So it's interesting that you said you might not go for it. You know, not saying that that's right or wrong. I'm just saying, for me, I would go for it. But if you think like it's not going to be worth the money that it would cost, and that money could be better spent elsewhere, it's fine. It's not my money though, so I don't care. I don't care. It's Endeavor's money. I've heard they've got loads. So have who you want. Have who you want. King Yeti said, did you say earlier to the moon the next big superstar, Cameron Grimes? Confirmed, says King Yeti. King Yeti is a Cameron Grimes fan. To the moon. It's good to see that we're doing something with him now. I don't know where his ceiling is, to be honest. He is someone that we sort of struggled with a little at the start. He had that kind of carny gimmick. He would come out and get some squash matches. Then like he's got a good personality, and we started to dig into that, and they did that really fun feud, him and LA Knight, over the $1 million championship. But yeah, it's kind of hard to know where his ceiling is going to be, Cameron Grimes. I mean, he's been struggling to just get on TV, hasn't he? But now they're doing like a little tag team of him and Dragon Lee, and I think that's interesting. I don't know how long that's going to go for, but hopefully this can be a way of getting Cameron Grimes up and running. And whatever we do, we've got to get his personality across. Him coming out and just having matches, that's not doing him justice. He needs to have backstage interviews. He needs to be involved in backstage segments. There needs to be some stuff that really gets across his personality, because he's very charismatic. Very, very charismatic. I'd say it's one of his biggest strengths. So anything we can do to do that, and if this tag team with Dragon Lee is going to help with that, brilliant. Right, I want to try and get into the chats. Days, how are they going to make War Games Raw SmackDown? How do you think War Games match how do you see the War Games match as of now? Well, I don't know who's going to be a part of it, but it definitely feels like it's going to be based on Nick Aldis and Adam Pearce. So my guess is that we just build the rivalry between those two. Eventually a War Games match gets announced as a way of kind of settling this as to who's the better brand or who's got the better talent or whatever it might be. And then they go away, they pick their two teams. Now, there's two teams are going to consist of, people that aren't involved in other feuds, or they might be in feuds, but those feuds will end up being put into the teams. But saying that, I don't think there are any feuds between brands, because that's a hard thing to do, isn't it? Unless you you could have Jimmy on one team, Jey on the other. That'd be pretty sick, because they're on different brands and they're sort of feuding at the moment. You could have Kevin on SmackDown. You could have Sami on the other. They're not feuding, but imagine if they get into the ring against each other. I mean, think of that. Sami getting in the ring opposite Jimmy. You got a story there. Sami getting in the ring opposite Kevin. Jeez. Kevin getting in opposite Jey. Kevin getting in opposite Sami. I mean, that feels like a no-brainer. I know that you could end up doing something different with them in a different match somewhere else, but that's not a bad starting point, is it really? There's a few names that you could do some cooking with. And then, obviously, you fill it out with some others. Maybe, I don't think Judgment Day would be in next. I think Judgment Day would probably be in their own match. But, yeah, it's hard in it, because I don't think there's too much crossover between the two. But anything that you can do to kind of build that up and make it work across the two brands, then you could have something quite interesting. But largely it may just turn out to be the biggest names that aren't used elsewhere. We need a way of getting AJ Styles onto the card because he isn't anywhere else, and so he might end up taking a spot. Although saying that, he's had run-ins with people as well. There's been quite a bit of crossover, hasn't there, over the years? So pretty much everyone's run into everyone else at some point. So, but yeah, this is going to be the two teams. No. Without sitting down and going through it, I honestly don't know. That feels like it might be a separate video. Steven said, next Monday Night Raw UK start time is going to be 12 a.m. Nice and early. I agree. Gunther's future looks bright. Still hoping for Roman versus Gunther. Maybe might happen at SummerSlam. Grant said, hello Grant, Grimes should do an astronaut gimmick and go to the moon. Well, Elon, is it Richard Branson is taking people on Virgin Galactic? Let's get him a ticket. He could go to, I don't think you can go to the moon, but he could see the moon, really close. And we could do that and build the gimmick around that. Done. Trini, shout out to you. I hope you are well. King Kinshasa said, do you think Drew will defeat Seth at Crown Jewel? I don't like his loss could make him choose the side of Judgment Day and work with them. Thoughts? We spoke about it earlier. I think you can go either way. I think that you could have Seth win or you could have Drew win. I think genuinely there are paths, whichever way you go. It's not a cop-out answer. A cop-out answer would be, I don't know. I think either would be fine, right? My answer is either would be fine. because if Seth wins, you can then work towards him and Gunther, right? Which I think Gunther's IC title reign is coming to an end. I've been saying this for months, but no, I've been saying it since he broke that record that we need to get it off him. So I think he could be not long before he gets a world title. I think next year at some point. So if you're going to have Seth retain, he's going to lose it to a monster heel. And is there a bigger monster heel than Gunther? So you can go that way. Or if Drew wins, he'll probably drop it to a babyface. And you're going to need to build someone up. But you could build up Sami. And I love that because I love Sami. And it was earlier this year, Sami went for that title in Montreal, fell short. It was devastating. Definitely want him to go after a world title. Sami coming out saying he is a world championship level superstar, hopefully is an indication as to where we could go with him, right? Hopefully it's an indication of that. No guarantees that it is, but I hope it is, because I really do want to see him win that world title. So if you go with Drew, then you could go on and have Sami get the title off him. So, yeah, I don't mind either which way we go, because I think there are future opponents which way we end up. Kian said, Days, hope you are well, having a good stream. How has your weekend been? Good. Yeah, good. Obviously, the big thank you to everyone who joined us for UFC monster stream, and it was a real pleasure to do. Because it was just, there were so many fights that seemed to have such excitement around them. When you've got a fair few people joining you for those streams, it just helps, doesn't it, to make it feel exciting. You know, there was just people coming in, the chat was just going mental, and it was so much fun. So really appreciated anyone that stopped by. They are, I mean, what I will say about them, those streams, they're difficult, right? In the sense of they're not like normal streams. You can't expect them to be normal streams. There's too many people there for it to be a normal stream. Like now, I can hopefully get to comments, right? But they're just going banana, right? So really, those streams are for you to be able to get instant reaction to things by the chat, put in your thoughts as well. They'll show on screen. But, I mean, they ain't going to be the same as what we do here, right? But I think people still enjoy them and get something from them. And obviously, like, we put the stats on screen and we do, like, the reactions to them and everything. So, yeah, really enjoyed it. Thought it was a lot of fun. But it was quite intense because it was, like, I think 9 hours. But the thing is, even though that's not the longest of time, there's no like commercial breaks. It's pretty full on, like, you know, the pay-per-view is a pay-per-view, so like you're constantly like talking and building and towards the next fights and everything. I suppose in a way it's a little bit like doing it was a bit like doing WrestleMania 35 again. Like, you know how that was a 2-hour pre-show and then like a 6-hour main show. It's like 8 hours in total. And it was just like loads of matches and there was loads to talk about. It was kind of feel like I did that on Saturday. So yeah, it was kind of a bit draining. But we did a Sunday stream yesterday. It was great to see people stopping by for the Sunday stream. My weekend was just that, really, to be honest. And obviously we've got another big stream coming up this weekend with Fury and Francis Ngannou, which we are doing on Saturday. United We Love said, Drew seems like a more of a solo heel Judgment Day. Doesn't make sense to me. Hang on. Drew seems like more of a solo heel. Judgment Day doesn't make sense to me. Your thoughts? Judgment Day doesn't make sense to me either. I don't think he'll join Judgment Day. I think that he could do some work with Judgment Day. It might be that we saw him and Rhea talking. Is it a case that, you know, they're saying, I don't know, I'm trying to sort something out, like, we won't get involved in your match at Crown Jewel if you help us out with this, or turn a blind eye to this, or could it be something along those lines? I think it's more likely to be that than it is come and join us. So yeah, I don't see him joining Judgment Day. But what do you think of the rumors of Raquel joining LWO? Said the Beach Kevin. Haven't heard those rumors. If she does, then I would. If she does, I don't mind it because we've seen how successful that's been for Rhea being in Judgment Day. So if Raquel goes in with LWO, I don't have anything against that. But I think Zelina would have to get out of the way unless they were going to have them as a tag team. That could be all right, but to be honest, I'm pretty much done with Raquel in the tag division. Like, she needs to be around that main event picture. She, could be someone that suffers a little bit by Jade Cargill coming in, because I think a Becky and a Charlotte and everyone are established. They're not going to get pushed to the background, but Raquel. All of a sudden, some of those opportunities that she was going to have now gone away. Have they now slipped a little? Because chances are Jade is not going to take too long to get to the main roster if she goes to NXT. And she's going to be, I think we can see that she's going to have one of them women's titles on lockdown. All of a sudden, everyone's got less opportunity. And someone like Becky, I don't think it's going to matter because I think she's sort of had her career. I'm not saying that her career is finished, but I'm just saying if it was to finish now, she's one of the best women that we've ever had, as is Charlotte, as is Bayley. Like, all of them are fine, They ain't going to lose their jobs. They're too big, They ain't going to be in risk of, being a budget cut, are they? They've, I think, got jobs for life if they want them. Whereas a Raquel that hasn't quite got going yet, she hasn't won her first world title. All of a sudden now, if she's going to have less opportunity because of Jade, I've got to think that's a bit of a problem. So anything that keeps her relevant, keeps her on TV, keeps that momentum going. I really like her. I mean, I think that she's got a bright future and that hasn't changed. It's just there's more competition now. There's definitely more competition now. Jade is, a problem, but equally an opportunity. So yeah, anything that's going to keep her going, keep that momentum going. I wouldn't put her down in the tag division though. I wouldn't push her back down the cards. Let's get going with her in that main event picture, So her joining LWO, don't mind it. My initial reaction is no, right? To be honest, that's my initial reaction because I sort of feel like, well, I don't know. They're not the biggest of groups, are they? Judgment Day, they open the show, they close the show, they're cool, they're all over everything. LWO just have not been that. They haven't been that. They're not Judgment Day. So if we are going to do it, then let's really get behind them and let's make them cool. But in all fairness, if we're going to do something with Legada splitting apart, and could get quite spicy soon. Could get quite good. So that's why I flipped and went, yeah, let's do it. Let's give it a go. Why not? What have we got to lose, eh? United with Love said, non-wrestling question. What are your thoughts on Khabib? Do you think he would have been beat at some point had he not retired, or do you think he was too good? I think no one is too good to be beat. Yeah, I think he would have been beaten. Depends how long he went for, but everyone suffers a decline. No one is as good in their 50s as they were when they were 25 or 28, or, your body does, it catches up with you. Your body ages, your reflexes get slower, your power can diminish. This is why there is that window. So I think that he was very dominant. I think that he didn't face lots of big names at the top, though. As much as I rate him, I don't regard him as the greatest ever. Because my counter argument would be, when he did get to the top, he fought Connor, he fought Poirier, he fought Gaethje, and that was it. And then he called it quits, right? So he fought those names. Coming through, he fought a few names, but he never fought Charles Oliveira, who, as soon as Khabib left, who was going to be the guy? Who was going to be the person that was going to grab that division, right? Was it going to be Connor? Was it going to be Gaethje? Was it going to be Poirier? Who was going to take that division? It was Charles Oliveira. It was someone that Khabib never faced. So all of a sudden, like not long after he had retired, immediately people were like, could you imagine if we had Charles Oliveira against Khabib? Like straight away. And to be honest, had Conor have come through, or had Poirier come through, or Gaethje come through, I don't think people would have said that, because we did see that match and Khabib won, but we didn't see him against Charles Oliveira. So how interesting that as soon as he went, the person that rose up and took that division was someone he never faced. So I look at that and I go, not that he would have lost that match. He might have got through that match. He might have won that match, but I don't know, because Charles Oliveira was legit a great fighter. And Islam Makhachev as well, honestly. I mean, he could lose against Islam. I've heard that Islam has, been very tough when they've been training, So, I don't think they would ever face each other. I think they would avoid facing each other. But there's someone that I think if they did, there's someone that I think could end up beating him. So there's a couple of names there. Maybe someone like a Chandler might have caught him, but I doubt it. But yeah, there's a few people that were around. Eventually he would have lost, but it depends how long he would have gone on for. But the biggest one for me would have been Charles Oliveira. That would have been the biggest one. That would have been the one that I wanted to see the most. But there was another one there, Days, but it just jumped off screen. Days, what's your wild guess pick on who will be Jade's first feuds? I'm leaning towards Becky, because I think she lands in NXT, and I think she gets that NXT women's title quite quickly. So I don't know that it's necessarily a feud, but I think Becky is the one that I would be looking at. I think there's lots of... oh, man, do you know what? I've got SmackDown on screen right now. I've got Bianca. I said it at the time. She looks bigger, man. Her legs, in particular, look bigger. She is looking thick. In a really good, positive way. In a really good, positive way. Not in her she's put a load of weight on weight. In her she's put on a load of flipping muscle. And, I think she's been going to a few extra gym sessions. I think she's certainly been not skipping leg day by the looks of things. So I've just got that on screen at the moment. How long have we got? We got 3 minutes. How's that happened? How have we 2 hours we've been 2 hours we've been streaming. And we are about to go over to Raw, apparently. Flippity-doo-dah. Yeah, so I think she goes down to NXT. That's my guess. Jay said Will Ospreay would never fit in WWE. He is his own man, and he would want to do things. Where's that? Will Ospreay would never fit in WWE. He is his own man, and he would want to do things his own way. He would never want to lose. His ego is a big problem, says Jay. Well, the only thing I would say to that is that you could absolutely be right. 100% you could be right. But I do think there is potentially something in him knowing that his shelf life is very limited. His wrestling style is high risk. And I think he's took big bumps. And I think that I think his body is hurting him. I think he's feeling the effects of his career. And it really wouldn't surprise me, as I said earlier, if he is looking at it now going, I might have 5 years and I need to make money. And it could be that he goes to WWE to do that. It could be that he's going to have to bite his tongue a little and do something that maybe doesn't quite appeal as much as other things, Like for him, I think he loved what he was doing in New Japan. And he had his own voice and he was doing matches that he enjoyed. And I think if he could continue doing that, I think he would continue doing that. But if his body is starting to hurt and he is starting to feel a bit like the effects of his career, it wouldn't surprise me if he was looking at it going, I've got 5 years. I need to make as much money as possible. I'm going to speak to WWE. I'm going to tell them these are my red lines, right? I ain't doing this stuff. Don't go faffing around with me because I won't sign, right? I want to be incredible matches. I want to be competing for the title. I want to be in good feuds. You know, look at how you're booking Cody. Look at how you use Seth. Don't go bringing me in and treating me like Tozawa or Miz or something like this, right? I want to be... Don't go treating me like Kevin Owens, to be honest, right? Do to me what you've been doing with Cody, right? Give me that. And I want this much money. And I want to be a world champ at some point, or whatever it might be. And if they go, no, ain't happening, that's not what we see for you, or we can't do that, maybe he just walks away from the talks. Maybe he's just like, gave it a go. I couldn't get the assurances I wanted. Let's go and see what Tony's got to say. Tell you the good thing, though, if he's in talks with WWE, and this could be another reason why he's saying it, or it could be the reason why he's saying it. If he's in talks with WWE, all of a sudden, Tony's got to put a few more, digits on that contract. Because if there's no competition and he's not in competition, like it's literally you stay at New Japan making the money that you're making, or you come for me and I'll give you a bit more. Like, that's it, innit? And that's it. But if WWE are involved and they're willing to give him this much, all of a sudden, Tony's got to go to a different level, hasn't he? So that could be a factor as well, couldn't it? It could be all to do with getting Tony to up the amount of money that he's willing to part with. Interesting. And I don't disagree. His ego is a problem. I don't disagree with that. Right, let's go. Raw is beginning, my friends. Raw is beginning. We've got a video package that's showing Cody and Judgment Day. And obviously last week we got new tag team championes. So, tag team champs. It's time for Monday Night Raw, said Legend Killer. Scottish Nightmare, hello. LS Dub, hello. Daz, hello. Sifa said, Will Ospreay versus Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. Be a banger, man. Banger. William, hello. Sonny, hello. Suzanne said, my dad has a lot of old sayings. I just remembered that one. What one? What one, Suzanne? I just went back to see if I could find it, so I can tell the people. Fine as fish. Fine as a fish hook, twice as crooked. I have never heard that in my life. Fine as a fish hook, twice as crooked. Is your dad drunk a lot? Never heard that in my life. Does your dad make things up? Is that what your dad does, Suzanne? Eh? Is that what your dad does? Twice. What does it mean? I don't even know what it means. Twice. I've forgotten it. Crooked. 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 Is that it? Crooked. What is it? Twice as a what? Twice. Fine as a fish hook. Twice as crooked. You're going to explain that one to me. I want to understand it, because I want to start using it as well. I like it. I just don't get it. Bit like wrestling. Oh, hello. Hello, lovely ladies with their drinks. What's this, eh? All of a sudden, there was some women shown on screen standing around with drinks like this. I'm like, oh, here we go, boys. Here we go. Right, here's the Judgment Day. Big Time says, congrats. I could imagine for the UFC stream, I imagine that's a real adrenaline rush. Big Time, shout out to you. But it's great for the channel. We've said before, like, the channel lives on those big streams. Like, Raw and SmackDown are great, but if it weren't for those streams on a Saturday, I don't know that the channel would survive. Because it's hard. Certainly we wouldn't survive on NXT and AEW streams, right? And the little news videos we do, obviously they help. But yeah, when you see like, you know, a stream on the weekend doing hundreds of thousands of views, that's obviously gonna massively help. That's like, I mean, think about that. That's like 10,000 views on a Raw stream, say. So that's like, what, 30 weeks of Raw streams. I mean, that really puts it into perspective, doesn't it? More, 35. 35 weeks. That's nearly, well over half a year, isn't it? 3/4 of a year of Raw streams in one day. So yeah, but needed, to be honest. It's been a long time since we've done a stream with numbers like that, so it very much needed. It's not been a great year this year when it's come to those big Saturday streams at all. So again, a big thank you to everyone that joined us. It really does help. Okay, Judgment Day have made their way down. Where's Suzanne? I wanted to see what she was saying. Oh. It's pronounced crooked. Crooked. So what was it again? Fine as a fish, twice as crooked. I still don't get it. I don't even know what crooked is. Right, here's Judgment Day. I feel so good. I'm going to do something special, says Finn. Here we go. Oh, I thought he was going to sing. He said, all rise for the Judgment Day. Was that like a Damian impression or something? Let's go. Finn's in good spirits. My dad used to say it. It's an old saying, says Suzanne. Well, Suzanne, shout out to you. Shout out to your dads. Yeah, it is just Finn and Damian in the ring right now. Send your money in the bank. Huge night tonight, apparently. We're back to being on top. Oh, hello. Someone's coming down. Damian got upset. He got interrupted. Wrestling has got more than one royal family. Here is Cody Rhodes. Right. Lovely suit. Lovely jackets. Nice three-piece there on Cody. Always dresses so well, doesn't he? Cody and Judgment Day. Whoa. What's Finn's new tattoo of, said WrestleDanny. I don't know. Has he got a new tattoo, has he? Oh, yeah. It's on his arm. His tattoos are a bit slapdash, aren't they? Do you know what I mean? Like, he gets some here, then he gets some here, then there's some over here. I mean, as long as he's happy, brilliant. I don't know. It looks like a fish. I don't think it is a fish, but it does look like a fish. Sign in the crowd says the American Nightmare. Cody Rhodes. There's no good fan signs anymore. Where's the really fun, engaging fan signs? Instead, it's just American Nightmare and signs of his logo and stuff like this. Cody in the ring is wearing grey socks. It's all right. Don't mind that. I think he's worn more adventurous socks in the past, though. How does that feel? How does it feel to get interrupted? Yeah, how does that feel? How does that feel? I do have some choice words for the leader. They're looking at each other. It's Rhea. I can see that Rhea Ripley isn't out here. That upsets Finn and Damian. I know what you're going to say. There is no leader. Who's for Dom? I'd say that Rhea is your mommy too. Finn doesn't like that. I'd like that. I'd have no problem with Rhea being my mummy. No problem at all. She's calling all the shots. She's making all the deals. Making deals with the bloodline. It's a weird camera angle, that one. There's a camera angle where we're like looking up at Finn and Damian. Like that. Zooming in on Damian. Last week you gave me a low blow. Let me make it clear. Only Brandy gives me low blows. Didn't say that. He should have said that. It's convenient that you forgot to mention I put you through that table. Listen, only Brandy puts me through table. I'm glad you mentioned the bloodline. There's a lot of talk about this story, but I don't know what the story is. People involved in your story that are standing in the ring right now? At this point, your story has got to be that you failed. I don't know. Why don't we put that theory to the test? Are you going to pretend that I don't have a match tonight with Jey? There's a big event coming up. Cody versus Damian at Crown Jewel. Cody Rhodes, Damian Priest, Crown Jewel. Cody accepts. But what do we do now? Just walk away. Just walk away. Pop to Burger King. KFC. Why don't we give the people a preview? He just said he's got a match tonight with Jey. Are you deaf? Damian looks behind. Here is the leader of Judgment Day making her way down. Oh, Jey. Pearl Harboring Dominic Mysterio. Rhea just standing and staring at Jey momentarily until Finn went after Jey. Now we've got Cody and Damian. So is this match going to get made for Crown Jewel? I think so. Do I like it? I don't know. I haven't processed it. Oof, JD McDonough getting involved. He's walloping Cody. Cody goes into the ring step. So now we've got Damian and JD McDonough. JD Manamana attacking Cody. Cody on the outside of the ring. JD looking underneath the ring. I don't know where Rhea's gone. Cody chants. Don't know where Dominic's gone. I don't know where Rhea's gone. I don't know where Jey Uso's gone. Maybe they've gone to Burger King. Bah! Cody has a chair put around his leg. Damian smashes that chair. It's like a concerto on the leg. Cody goes down. He's screaming in pain, holding onto his shin. Did I just see Fit Finlay? Did I? Don't think I did. Saw Helms. And we got Adam Pearce. Cody's down. He is in pain. He's had a boo-boo. Crowds are booing. Cody is writhing. And the show goes to commercial this Friday. FS1, don't forget. Swan. LA Knight. Roman Reigns. Is it contract signing? I think it is, isn't it? The contract signing. Contract signing this Friday, plus EST. Yep. She's back. She's back, baby. She is back. There we go. We're in Milwaukee. We're on FS1. Is NXT going to do a bigger rating than SmackDown? When SmackDown goes to FS1, it like drops to under 1 million. Could you imagine if NXT does a bigger number than SmackDown? That would be so incredibly fantastic. I would love that. Every fiber of my body would love that. Liam said, I think the match is a test run for Priest as a main eventer. How he hangs with the top tier talent like Cody. I like that. Wrestler Andy said, I went back to watch Dusty's Hall of Fame induction from Cody and Dustin. Even back then and out of character, Cody spoke the exact same way with the big vocabulary. He must have been about 20. Haven't seen that Hall of Fame promo, I don't think, since it actually happened, so I'll have to go back and give that a little spin. But, yeah, do you know, that's good. I went back and I watched the Bobby Heenan Hall of Fame induction the other day. I do love me the WWE Network. So, yeah, that would be a good one. It's amazing, isn't it, actually, like, going back and watching some of those Hall of Fame speeches, because certainly the old ones from like the 90s, I was too young to really appreciate. And a lot of those names that go in, I'd heard of. Like, you know, you'd heard them in passing, you'd heard them mentioned on commentary or whatever. Couldn't tell you diddly nothing about them. Whereas now, I think I would know a bit more about them. Hearing them talk and tell their stories, I think would be so much more interesting for me now at this age. So going back and just blasting through the Hall of Fame speeches and the Hall of Fame events, I think would be a real fun thing to do. Bembo said, imagine if this Damian versus Cody match is for the Money in the Bank contract, a way to get Cody to Roman, ? I wouldn't do it, just because I think if you're going to finish the story, I think you have to do it the right way. This story has been so epic. It's been like a flipping Lord of the Rings story. I think the finish has to be right. The finish has to be right. And I think him having that briefcase and like come running down at an opportune moment, I think that it would be an exciting moment with him coming running down. But for Roman's title reign to end because of a cash-in from Money in the Bank, I think would be a shame. And I also think for Cody's first title run to start that way, you will have some people saying that he didn't earn it, he didn't deserve it, he cashed in, and it was, you know, if they'd have had a match, he wouldn't have won. So you're not really passing the torch. You are sort of passing the belt, but I think if you're going to do it, it needs to be clean, it needs to be a match. I tell you what he could do, though. He could have the Money in the Bank and say, I'll see you at WrestleMania. You could do that. You could do that. If you're going to do it and announce it and have a proper match with a proper build and use that as a way of Cody getting his match at Mania, I have no issue with that. I don't have any problem with that. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. The Money in the Bank just gives him an opportunity. But I 100% would not have him cash in mid-match, Roman down. For the reasons that I said, I think that it would be such a shame for Roman's title reign to end that way, and you don't fully pass the torch, because there will be people saying he only won because of the cash-in. And I think if you're going to end Roman's title reign and you're going to start Cody's, it's got to be beyond doubt that he beat him, and it was clean and deserved and all of that. But I like that, though. I like the give him the Money in the Bank and have him announce it. Got a slide. We got a slide. Here we go. We got Cody backstage. He's in pain. Rolling a big fat Raw, said Godfather's Ho. What happened to Raw is War? The war ended. Punk going to Impact. I'd be surprised. Oh, it's official. It is official. Cody against Damian. Will Ospreay show up at Survivor Series? Don't think his contract is up by then, is it? When is his contract up? Is it like early next year? His contract is up in February, so no. Brother Love has a very red face. He does. And a white burn. R.I.P. Macho's arm from Damian. Thank you, Jake. R.I.P. In fact, R.I.P. to all of Macho. Not just his arm. Right, Sami Zayn, Drew McIntyre. That match coming up tonight. In the ring, the ever-growing Alpha Academy. Akira Tozawa seems to be a proper signed-up member. So he is a junior member? Okay, here we go. New Day making their way down. So New Day against Alpha Academy, but which two members of Alpha Academy? Hang on. If Chad wins the IC title, he could be the leader of Alpha Academy. Are we going to try and make Akira credible and then have Akira and Otis go after the tag belt? About this a while ago, and we said like it would be fun to have, because you can't have Chad be involved in tag matches if he's the Intercontinental Champion. So if Alpha Academy is going to continue, they need another member. Akira Tozawa was not the name I was thinking of. It was not the name I was thinking of, but it's the name we've got. So I wonder if this is just a comedy thing at the moment that's, you know, just going to play out for a few weeks. Or if this is going to be like the rehabilitation of Akira Tozawa, and they're going to use the Alpha Academy and the teachings of the Alpha Academy to kind of legitimize him again. Because he can work, Akira Tozawa. He was very good, I want to say, in the Cruiserweight Classic and on 205 Live. Like, he can wrestle. He can go. It's just he also has a fun personality, and we've kind of leaned into that more, you know? That'd be interesting. Right, we are underway. I can tell you Akira is not one of the two. It's Chad and Otis taking on Xavier and Kofi Kingston. Akira Tozawa, this should be fun. King Kinshasa said Nakamura should take the academy under his wing. Create a group that he leads like a Yakuza boss, says King Kinshasa. Out of 10, what's your excitement for Halloween Havoc, and what night are you most looking forward to? Probably about a 7. I don't think my excitement is that big because I don't think there's really any matches that are that exciting, but I'm just excited because NXT's excited and it's got a bit of a buzz around it. Gotta say though, Halloween Havoc, historically, this has been the show where they lose their flipping minds and we start getting just silliness. The silliness gets turned up to 11. I mean, you know, like zombie referees and all that kind of faff. So, I don't know what it's going to look like under Sean. That's not really a reason for me to not be excited for it. Well, it would be, but I think that the card, I've got the cards, and the cards, Otis charges into Xavier. We got the Lexis King debut. Chase U against the family. Ariana Grace, Kalani Jordan. Lola Vice against Carmen Petrovic. That's the breakout tournament thing. Becky against Lyra. I suppose that's exciting, but I've sort of convinced myself that Becky's going to retain. So I think because I've convinced myself Becky's retaining there, my excitement's gone down. When I thought it was going to be Lyra winning, I was excited. But now my brain has told me that Jade Cargill's going to actually win the title and it won't be Lyra. So my excitement's gone down. I can't remember if we were getting Blair, Gigi, Lights Out, and Roxanne Kiana. Roxanne Kiana, it's not a feud that I'm massively into. Blair Gigi has been better. All in all, I mean, look, I think it's going to be good. I just can't sit here and say 9. Probably like 7, 7.25, something like that, you know. It feels like a normal NXT with the Halloween Havoc kind of banner attached and maybe the risk of something silly happening that I really don't want to happen because NXT has been awesome. Maybe there's a chance of Jade Cargill. Maybe. But my brain isn't really allowing me to get too excited about that because we have seen her on Raw, we have seen her at SmackDown, we have seen her at premium live events, we've seen her at a few different places. So my head's kind of saying, like, don't get too excited by that. There's a good chance that she won't be there. So, yeah, you know, pretty excited. 7's not bad. But it is probably in line with how I'm normally feeling for NXT, if I'm being honest. Gerald said, you're forgetting the best match, Halloween Havoc, Dijak versus The Tree. Let's go! Dijak versus The Tree. And to be honest, I don't know what week 2 is. I think week 2 is Ilya versus Carmelo again. Ilya versus Carmelo. I don't know. Probably the final of like Ariana Grace, Kalani Jordan. You know, it'll probably be Kalani Jordan, Lola Vice. But like, I haven't looked into that. That's too far into the future. I've just got it written down what's happening tomorrow. Yeah, it looks alright. If you don't watch NXT, give it a go. Because there is some big names, there are some fun matches, and there could be some surprises. So I'd say tomorrow is as good a week as any to give it a go. And if you normally watch NXT, well, get excited because it looks alright. It looks pretty good. So yeah, probably bobbing around like a 7.725. But the Grayson Taylor Swift comment was golden. Yeah, that was fun. I don't know if you heard, but Grayson Waller went after the Swifties, and the Swifties got upset and they started wetting themselves. So, and he's been wearing her merch at house shows, and he did a little sit-down thing where he apologized and then spun it saying, like, I'm sorry that you love this rubbish music or something like this. He said, no wonder you lot are grumpy. This song sucks. And he was playing Shake It Off by Taylor. He's been having a lot of fun on social media. He's been having a lot of fun. And do you know what? I found myself almost getting dragged into it because, not in an official capacity, but a lot of those Swift fans have been coming in going, oh, you're a fake wrestler and all, like, you know, they've been going off at wrestling. I mean, if they want to have a go at Grayson Waller, that's fine. But don't go coming after wrestling. Don't go coming after wrestling, right? Otherwise, do you know what I mean? Me and the boys are going to rock up, yeah? I fancy my chances against 12-year-old girls. But, I was like, no, I don't need to engage in this. This is not a war that I need to engage in. I don't need to, I took a moment, had a word with myself, and I thought, no, you don't need to get involved in this. Carry on with your day. But do you know how hard it is for me, right, as a professional online troll, to ignore something like that? Like, you know, I'm seeing Taylor Swift fans calling wrestling cringe. Do you know how difficult that is for me? To sit there and just say to myself, listen, there was one, right, that I read, and they were proper going off at wrestling. Like, you enjoy wearing Lycra and just, like, doing, like, messing around with other people in Lycra. You're cringe. Wrestling's cringe. Like, proper went off at wrestling. And I was like, nah, I'm not having this. I'm not having this. But I thought, hang on. Just click on the profile first, right? Just click on the profile first, because I was about to go off on their profile picture. I was ready. The bit in my teeth and everything. And I clicked on the profile picture and it said like they were 13 or something. And I was like, oh, God. Is this what my life has become? Is this what my life has become? Getting triggered by 13-year-olds on social media. It could be worse. Could be worse, you know? But they had like 13 in their profile. And I was like, okay, yeah, nah, walk away. Walk away. I do appreciate the fact, though, that that is not the approach that Grayson Waller has taken. Grayson Waller instead has doubled down. And it's just made me love him more. Here's Otis going for the Caterpillar. Boom! Drops the elbow. Wrestler Andy said, what is the match of the year for you so far? I love Cody Roman at Mania and the Bloodline match at Money in the Bank. I think for me it would be Roman Sami because the builds, the match that I didn't think we would see. It's the match I hope we were going to build towards, but, you know, to get it and in front of that crowd as well. I'd make the argument that Montreal crowd's the best crowd of the year. Although I think you can make the argument for maybe London. But that's probably more just bias on my part. Certainly Puerto Rico in Backlash, but I think I'd give it Montreal. I think the atmosphere, the fact that it was a fresh matchup, that Sami was in that position after the amazing stuff he'd given us with Usi and the t-shirt moment and all of that stuff. The fact that they did the interview with his wife and kids, and even Sami said that doing that, it felt like this could happen. Like, even he was like, they were really pushing the boat out here. Like, this could happen. And I so wanted it. So, for me, I'd go with that. But there's some excellent contenders. I mean, yeah, the tag match that main evented night one. I think you could go with that. I think the Gunther triple threat from WrestleMania. I think you could go with that. Elbow drop by Xavier. 1, 2, 3. New Day win. Roddy said for a new beanie fund. Thank you, my friends. I do need new beanie. I've got 2. Are they both here? I've got 2 and I might have lost one. Yeah, this one has actually just been sewn because it was at the lining was ripping. So it's just recently been sewn inside. So that will be going to an actual beanie fund. So Roddy, shout out to you, bud. Right, we're backstage with Jackie Redmond. It was a win for the New Day. Here is the man. Big time. Big time. Yeah, you're defending it tomorrow. And you're defending it tonight. Well. The man has come around. When I come around to Dallas, I come here looking for a fight. Do you remember was it last week's Raw? We spent like, God knows how long talking about, who's that? Who's that? Oh, Xia Li. Is that Xia Li? So Xia Li in the background, we spoke about her. That's why I think she's going to get past Lyra tomorrow. One week from Saturday. Oh, I got excited then. I thought it was going to be someone new. I thought it was going to be like someone new in the background. I was like, Jade. Stupid Xia Li. Well, I'm to Kozlov. Despite issues, he was a powerful wrestler, one of the strongest I've seen, said Stephen. Do you know, funny you should mention him. Hasn't he just rocked up in Impact? Didn't I hear that he is in Impact now? I don't think he's a wrestler, but he did rock up and like make his presence felt. So I think he's in Impact. Justin said, I thought it was a joke when I saw a rumor that Swift could be at WrestleMania. This Waller stuff makes me believe it might happen now. Charlotte said, Taylor is dating Travis Kelce. Tozawa is hilarious, said CK. Gerald said, is that Xia? Well, I don't care. Is Seth starving Becky? Nah, she's just getting toned, isn't she? I'm surprised New Day won clean. The match was not interrupted by a Viking Raider. Whatever happened to Gable Steveson? Well, he was in NXT. He got booed. Now I don't think they know what to do with him. I don't think he knows what to do. He got booed because there were allegations against him, which I don't know what happened with him. I don't know if they got settled out of court or something, but he never got found guilty of anything. Let's not speculate. Let's look, shall we? Gable Steveson allegations. Either way, it has certainly soured people's perception of him. One of the challenges for me personally, especially over the past several months, has been reading the criticisms and attacks on my character by people who don't know me personally or my values. No charges were ever brought by anyone, and the entire episode has been difficult for everyone involved. Going forwards, people who don't know me will hopefully see that kindness, respect, and empathy are virtues that I take very seriously in life. So no charges were brought forwards, and it was due to inadequate evidence to fairly charge and prosecute. So it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because so there was a sexual misconduct investigation against him, and because there was inadequate evidence, it got dropped, but that's not a very satisfying reason, is it, for it to be dropped? So, unfortunately, we live in a world where you are guilty until found innocent sometimes. And I wasn't there, so I don't know the truth, right? But it's enough to make people uncomfortable. And so now I've got to think that's the problem. So he got booed in his match against Baron Corbin, and it was loud, and it was not something you could ignore, and it's not something that I think would go away. It might be diluted if he went to the main roster, and certainly if you made him a heel as well. Like, you could kind of hide it, if you will. But, I don't know, yeah, Pete's just, it ain't looking good for him, let's put it that way. So I don't think WWE quite know what to do. And I wonder if he's trying to figure out what the right thing to do is as well. Here's Valhalla and Viking Raiders. Are we going to do another refresh for these? Is it time for another spell? Another ritual? Now is your time to lead us. So it looks like... Ivar. So a ceremony to say that he is the one that's going to lead them. So what does this mean for Eric? He's been very impressive. He's been excellent, but what does that mean for Eric? And we've been seeing Ivar anyway. And he's still been losing. Let's get behind him, man. Let's go. Let's go. He's great. King Yeti says, old day. Lol. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. King Yeti. Aaron said, I would like Cody to appear next week angry and request Priest to wager the money in the bank. Priest loses. Cody opens the case. It's empty. That's when Priest finds out that Finn took the contract and put it in the green one, says Aaron. Inside Out and again said, Gable has no WWE future. UFC is his only route. Here's Seth. Looking at Sami. Okay. Rhea. Seth. I don't see your crew anywhere. I've got style and a title if you're looking for Drew, so you're in the wrong place. This won't take long. I know there's been a bit of a history between Judgment Day and yourself. We did everything we could to get that championship off of you, and you held on to it. At the pace you've been running at, we think you need some insurance. We think you need the Judgment Day. You don't think Damian Priest is going to be able to successfully cash in on my title, do you? Hey? Do you, mate? You went to Drew, now you're coming to me. What would I want with you? You need me. Right now, you're just a world champion. But you could be the world champion. Alliances can change. If you, she makes a good point, doesn't she? If you join us, Damian Priest can always cash in on someone else. Over 1,000 days is a long time. And the way your back is... We could have your back. We can make people acknowledge you. Good writing, this is. Good writing. If there's one thing I don't want. Oh. Oh. If there's one thing I don't want, it's to be anything like Roman Reigns. Wow. If there's one thing I don't want, it's to be anything like Roman Reigns. That was great, wasn't it? From start to finish, that was great. Edge of the seat. Really good. We've got Indi, we got Candice, we got Natalia. I love these backstage moments. These are good. Lots of different backgrounds as well, you know. Natalia says she's excited. I'm here all night if you need any advice. I find Natalia to be so fake, and it's not her fault, because I think that if she was to play that same character all the time, you'd believe it. But it's only a few weeks ago that we saw her trash talking Tegan trying to get an opportunity at the title, and they ended up having a match to see who would be the one to face Becky, and she was like, you know, she wasn't all sweetness then, was she? So, you know, they have her do that, and then she goes back to being, oh, just, you know, I just want to be here for you. I just want to be your best friend. You know, if you need any advice, I'm just here. Yeah, you weren't like that a few weeks ago, was your mate? Fake. She's a fake ass oos. That's what she is. Although, I met her in real life in Boots, and she's lovely. Oh my God, she's so lovely. She is everything that you think she is. Oh, love the woman. But on the show, her character, fake assos. Eric's injured. He is injured. How long's he out for? No. I mean, is it long time? Must be. Kappa said, them chucking this into the day's beanie funds. Thank you, my friends. There's an LA Night Yet beanie with your name on it. This way they'll know whose stream it is, with everybody saying, yeah, it's probably not going to that, to be honest. But it will go towards a beanie. But I don't think it'll go to an LA Night beanie. I mean, I'm not a big LA Night fan. I'm not an LA Night hater. But I'm not an LA Night fan. I'd rather put it towards Sami Zayn beanie, or a Ring General beanie, or Billy Kay beanie, you know? Good old Billy Kay. Do you know, I only found out today that she's pregnant, and apparently her baby is due in, like, December. Apparently this has been news all year that I didn't know about. I'm busy. Do you know what I mean? I can't keep up with all the wrestling things and all the non-wrestling things, can I? Do they do, like, what beanies do they do? Like, can you get, like, an Andre the Giant beanie? That would be sick. Andre the Giant beanie. I hope it's not, like, one that fits his head. Because, do you know what I mean? I'll be doing streams. I'll be doing streams like this, won't I? It'll go over me? Like that? No. Rubbish. Rubbish. No, Andre the Giant beanie. There's one that says Obey, which is Andre the Giant S, but... let's go. WWE shop. A Fiend beanie. Sadly, he's gone. And we've got the memories. But if I was going to wear a beanie of, like, a current star, I think Sami would be the front runner. Boom. No. No. Where's Hats? Where's Hats live? Posters, pins. Why is this so big? Why are all these so big? Every time I do a window capture, they're always so big. Where's the apparel? Is that it? Headwear. Yeah. Oh, found it. Yes. Yes. Look at us faffing around with silly beanies, eh? £25. Let's flipping go. Could you imagine if that's my new permanent headwear? That should be that, shouldn't it? Oh, that's nice. 97 Rumble. Ooh. That's nice. Hulkamania, no. WCW? Oh! Yeah. Nah. It's not happening, is it? There's a... What's this? Some kind of flipping... What's this? Something for a film? Five Nights at Freddy's. Why am I being shown this? Cody! Undertaker. Let's go. Undertaker. That's not bad. Undertaker would probably be in the lead. NWO? Rock. Bloodline. I'd rather it be someone that's around. Almost gone. Yeah, no. Oh, let's go. I never needed you at all. Ba-ba-bum-bum. Ba-ba-bum-bum. I could swing that around on stream. Ba-ba-bum-bum. Ba-ba. To the moon. I could have the man. Austin 316. Probably not gonna get that one. Okay, bro. Oh, that's it. Oh. That was fun, though. I could rock that Undertaker one. I must admit, there was none there that were like, yeah, that is the one. There was none that did that for me. Right, here is Indi Hartwell then making her way down. So, Kappa, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Candice came out. She applauds. Indi Hartwell is going to get an opportunity now to face Becky for the championship. In the crowds is Lyra Valkyria. Lyra Valkyria in the crowds is Indi stepping through the ropes. I'm gonna see Five Nights at Freddy's, says Draco. Don't miss my super chat, says Mitchell. I will get to it, buds. I'll do it now. Custom made UK Days beanie. Yeah, says King Yeti. Maybe. Mitchell said, Taylor Swift has invaded the NFL. Now wrestling, I legit am just done with it. In NFL games, they flash to her so many times. I am now Team Grayson. Yeah, I could understand that being frustrating, to be honest. If you're going to tune into the NFL, you're probably not that interested in being shown Taylor Swift repeatedly. Right, here we go. NXT Women's Championship. I've enjoyed a lot. There's a dude in the crowd that looks like he's flipping Slapjack. I've only just noticed him. Does that dude come dressed as like his favourite superstar? This backstage. Indi goes down. Big opportunity this for Indi Hartwell. She's got Becky on her shoulders. Becky goes over onto that top rope. Looking... lovely. Side slam by Indi, but shoulder up by Becky. Coming up tonight, Johnny Gargano taking on Giovanni Vinci. Indi against the ropes. Becky against the ropes. Kick coming in by Becky. Indi goes down. Indi goes out the ring. Indi on the outsides. Becky looking to go against the ropes, and she does. And thought she was going to do a suicide dive, but she slid under that bottom rope. Indi, though, has got Becky and hurls her into the barricades. Can Hartwell win the championship? As we go to commercial break. There we go. Back of my jersey says Legend Killer, and the front says RKO, says Anna. Casey said, I tried to learn guitar years ago, but sadly I didn't have the skill. Yeah, you did. You can do it. I can play guitar. I can put a few chords together. I'm not like, you know, picking away with scales and all of that. But like, you know, going from a B to an A to a G to a C to a D, like, you know, and be able to do like a chord. A lot of you could play most songs with that, to be honest. You can do that. If I can do that, you can do that. But is there any way I can watch Raw on YouTube? Depends what country you're in, but I don't believe so. Certainly not in the UK or US. Because this is where they make their money, from the TV deals. So USA Network and TNT Sports pay the big bucks to have them. So, yeah, if you've got YouTube TV, then you'll be able to find it. Right, we are at commercial break. Do you think Lyra wins tomorrow? No. I don't think Lyra wins tomorrow. I did think there was a chance, but what changed my mind was two things. One, Jade Cargill, because I think that she is likely, when she comes in, to feud with Becky. It's just, it's too good. Too good to ignore. You've got Becky, who is a big name, and she just right now happens to be the NXT Women's Champion. I mean, surely looking at that, you go, oh my God, what an opportunity. We can have Jade beat a big name like Becky, who has main evented WrestleMania, and her prize will be the NXT Women's Championship. And NXT is exactly where she should be right now. And we've also done a lot of work with showing that the NXT Women's Championship can, you know, be defended on Raw. So if we really want to, we can have Jade rock up on Raw and defend the women's NXT Women's title on Raw. No problem. If you really do want to like use her on that main roster, you can have a defend her title against different people on Raw, and then like primarily be based in NXT. And she can be a champion right out of the gates, having beaten a massive name. I look at that as win. I can't see any negatives to that. So I think that she will get past Lyra. I think there's a chance she drops the title to Jade. And the other thing as well is that earlier today we just saw Xia in the background, Xia Li. And she has confronted Becky in the past as well. So it sort of feels like they're going to try and do Becky Xia. So I think she gets past Indi. I think she gets past Lyra. And then I think we do her against Xia. And I think she'll get past Xia as well. How we're using this NXT Women's Championship at the moment is we're using it to try and really show off some of the women that don't normally get a chance to shine, you know? Might even be women that struggle to get on TV sometimes. I mean, it's a great opportunity to have Lyra in the crowds. It's a good little spotlight for, you know, it's a way of getting Indi on the show, Tegan Nox on the show. It gives Xia Li something to do. We've got Lyra, who's in the crowds. Obviously, it's been a boost to NXT as well. So, you know, we're really shining a light in those dark corners of the women's division with this title run. It's been a really good title run. Indi is covered and kick out by Indi. Candice watching on from backstage. Lyra is in the crowd, said WWE AEW fan. How does Becky drop the title when the ratings have been through the roof? You're almost asking them to stop using that winning formula that's been doing wonders. Yeah, but this has got to stop at some point, hasn't it? And if you're going to swap Becky for Jade's, I think that there's going to be so much interest in Jade, like you'll continue with some strong numbers, certainly for the short term. And who knows? I mean, honestly, by the time the sale goes through, once they've figured out what they're doing with Raw and NXT, maybe it won't be as pressing a concern. Perhaps the ratings all of a sudden will be allowed to go back to where they were earlier this year and last year. I mean, don't forget, consistently, they were around the 600,000 range. So once they know what they're doing with NXT and Raw, perhaps they won't be as worried about it, like delivering the numbers it's been delivering. But you can't keep Becky down there forever. You're going to have to take the title off her sooner than later, because I've got to think that next year we're going to be looking at her going for big titles, you know, like going after the world title or the women's title. Okay, Indi is on top of Becky. The referee seemed a bit reluctant to count there. I think he was looking at the shoulders. Look at the power of Indi. Powering up. Planting Becky. 1, 2. Kick out by Big Time. Sami against Drew is still coming up tonight. We've done an hour of the show now. So, Sami against Drew coming up. Jey against... Oh, hang on. Sami against Drew. Who's Jey taking on then? Damian. Looking for a spine buster. Indi gets it. 1, 2. Somatics fan said days at WrestleMania Backlash 2022. He was looking forward to seeing Drew versus Roman for the WWE and Universal titles, but changed it to a 6-man tag. Why did that person have to book a new match? We was looking forward to seeing Drew Roman at Backlash 2022. Was we? But it got changed to a 6-man tag. Why did that person have to book a new match? Was we looking forward to that match? I don't remember looking forward to that match. WrestleMania Backlash 2022. I'm thinking this year. It doesn't matter, does it? Because I don't think they were looking to get the title off him anyway. Plus, also, they probably at that point knew they wanted to do Drew at Clash at the Castle. So, Becky is retained, by the way. So, yeah. It was probably just a case of, we'll do the Drew match, but we'll do it further down the road. Okay, Big Time wins a match. It had a few moments in, but I don't think it's really a star-making performance for Indi, if I'm being honest. Becky shakes her hand, though. Shakes Indi's hand. Becky gets out the ring, goes over to Lyra. Lyra's got a few words. Becky, Lyra, that match coming up tomorrow. She is definitely the one I thought Becky would lose it to. She's from Ireland. She's someone that you know Becky is going to have a lot of appreciation for and time for. Oh, Xia Li attacks Candice. That's a message for Indi too, said Xia. Candice goes down. Right, here's Adam Pearce. Contract signings get crazy. Oh, here's Nick Aldis. Nick Aldis wants to have a word. Give me a minute. Make it quick. We got off on the wrong foot. I take full responsibility. Put it up to a rookie error. I wanted to establish my authority. I want to have healthy competition. I don't want it to tarnish our professional relationship. Apologies? Adam said, I know what it's like to be the new guy. Water under the bridge. You had me thrown out. Why don't you stay as a gesture of goodwill? Adam Pearce. How many security guards? How many security guards? Doesn't matter. Double it. Double it. How do you double it? Women's World Championship contract signing. A fatal five. I forgot about the fatal five-way. Forgot about it. My bad. Right. If Cody finishes the story at WrestleMania, who do you think will beat him? I don't know. Because it's hard to say because there'll probably be a draft. So it could be anyone. I mean, could be Gunther. Could be... If we get behind Carrie and Cross, you know, we could do some of that. The only thing I would say, though, is Roman has made that belt feel like it's the belt. If Cody does win, I think he'd keep it for a little while. It could end up being someone like Austin Theory or Grayson Waller, you know? Hard to say. So it could literally be any big heel that's on the roster. And the biggest heel, the most credible threat feels like Gunther. Double it and then multiply it, said Tingling. I am here for the war in WWE within the other war. Yep, wars everywhere. Literally wars everywhere. Wars with AEW. Now we're having internal wars. I would imagine as well, we're going to start having wars within ourselves. You know, like inner conflicts where we're just really uncertain about what the right thing to do is. And we just question every decision we make. Like wars on every level. That's what we need. More wars. That's what the world needs. More wars. So many wars. Neil said, Days, do you remember when Theory was with Andrade and Angel Garza? Then he was with Seth and Murphy. Which moment do you like him teaming with? Should he reunite with them? I like him with The Way. I don't think anything he did on the main roster has been that good, ever. I don't think he was that great when he was with Seth. And to be honest, I don't remember him with Andrade and Angel Garza. So that's how much of an impression it made on me. But I love him down in NXT in The Way. He's got such a fun personality. He making him this wooden, one-dimensional. I don't get it. Don't understand. We're trying to make him a moody heel, and he just doesn't have the. I don't know if it's the lack of wit or if it's the lack of creative support. I don't know what it is, but if you're gonna be like the serious heel, then you need to have some pretty good zinging lines to, you know, lay into the baby faces. And instead he's just bland. He's just so bland. But like when he was down in NXT with The Way, it was really fun stuff. He was like bouncing off Johnny, and he's got that kind of fun personality to him. You could make us. I feel like you could make Austin Theory a fun. Austin Theory could be, I think, what they wanted Riddle to be. Like, make him a little bit slow to get the joke. Don't make him like, bro, blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about, you know, like how Randy was the serious guy and Riddle was the comedy guy. Like, Theory could be the comedy guy, where there'll be a joke and he doesn't quite get it. And like Randy's like, come on, let's go. You know? And Theory's still trying to work it out, like what the joke was. And then maybe half an hour later, he's like, he gets it. Like, I think you could do some, there's something there with that. I feel like we could do something with that. Because that's the sort of personality he had down in NXT, and it worked, and it was great. So, yeah, no, I've got no desire to put him back with Seth as a disciple. I've got even less desire to put him with Angel Garza. But I'll put him with Johnny. Johnny Wrestling. Right. Mitchell said, Days, we can settle these wars. Everyone has to try and get out of the temple in 3 minutes. Legends of the Hidden Temple style. It was a great show. I never saw it. I believe it was a Nickelodeon show, but I don't know. I don't know how I never saw it. I saw guts. No ifs, ands, or buts. These kids have got guts. I saw that. And I saw, like, Keenan and Kel and Pete and Sister. They loved shows, didn't they, where, like, the two words were either identical or really close. Like Sister, Keenan and Kel, Pete and Pete. But, I never saw Legends of the Hidden Temple. Right, here we go. Contract signing time. The only place we settle things in WWE is right here in the ring. I need my challengers. Here is Raquel Rodriguez. Okay, so Fatal 5-Way for the Women's World Championship. Don't care about Cody's story. I'm interested in the rest of the show tonight, said Charlotte. Do you know what? There's been a lot of little stories going on tonight, and I'm loving Judgment Day and Seth. I thought that was brilliant. Xia Lee's now attacking people, sending messages. You've got the Nick Aldis, Adam Pearce situation. Akira Tozawa's apparently in Alpha Academy. So we start making our way down. We've had Raquel, we've had Shayna, we got Zoe. We should be getting everyone's favorite. Everyone's favorite should be coming out next. Here we go. It's time for the Queen. Time for the Queen! Nia Jax! My hole! Yes! Queen! Woo! Look at the gear, man! Look at that! That's different ring gear, isn't it? That's different ring gear. It's like she's wearing, like, lingerie. Let's go. She's not like most girls. The Queen is here. Swervetoon said the whole effing show. Pierce is coming over. Wants her to... Where's Rhea? I'm going to get Rhea's signature later. Nia doesn't like that. She don't like it. If you want Rhea, all you got to do is sign the contract. It's a very dismissive signature, isn't it? Here's Rhea. There you go. Call her name, she arrives. Zoe Doesn't look impressed. She's chewing away. Here's Rhea. Here's Mammy. Rhea said she got impatient. She's not sorry that she came out prematurely. Oh, she's got words for Adam. It doesn't feel like enough security guards, does it? Is that really, like, he said double it, didn't he? Like, how many security guards did they have before? Like, 1 or 2? How many are out there now? Is it like 4? How many are out there? It don't feel like that many. All that's going to happen at Crown Jewel is you're going to have 4 less women in my division. Mummy is always on top. She is so confident with her delivery, isn't she? She talks like a flipping 10-year veteran. Booze for Nia. What a great heel. Look at the heat she's got. Brilliant work. I love the way you're using your head. She wants me to squash you for her. She wants me to squash you for her. Are we going to do this with all of them? I love this. Raquel. She went to Raquel. Raquel, you're here, aren't you, love? Let me break it down for you. She. I don't know what I'm watching, man. I don't know what I'm watching, but I'm entertained by it. Ah. Oh, it's all broken down. There's a big brawl. AJG said, I was born with an apple in my eye and a butterscotch in my mouth. This is, do you know what? The security guards have done a decent job. That one is doing a decent job of holding Nia back at the moment. She needs to deal with him. Her, don't know. Oh, Shayna with a knee. Yeah, nah, the security guards haven't dealt with it. There's one security guard that's still in there that's fighting the lone fight at the moment. Go on, security guard. Oh, no, he's gone. He's gone. Yeah, nah, he's gone. Ah, they're all gone now. So we've got Raquel, we got Nia, we got Zoe, we've got Shayna, Rhea. Right now, we've got Raquel and Nia left in the ring. Forearm strikes, these two going at it. Everything's bigger in Texas now. Oh, the security guards have regrouped. They've regrouped. There's still nowhere near enough of them. I can't believe that this is doubled. I can't believe it. However many guards you've got, double it. Before, we would have had 4 guards to deal with 5 women. And these two have just dealt with the 8 guards that were in there anyway. Samoan drop by Nia. Crowd booing away. Staring out at Rhea. Smile on nice face. Live 1 week from Saturday. Fatal 5-way Women's World Championship. The security guards are carrying this segment, said A. Jobson. Mitchell said, the segment didn't do it for me. I love Rhea. Whole versus whole match, said Wisp. Right, here we go. We've got Imperium backstage. Get the job done. Take Johnny Gargano out. Your performance reflects on me. Is Bronson? Your boss gave me a hell of a fight last week, and if he wants round 2, let him know I'm ready. Go and tell him yourself. Akira. Yeah, what do you want? Akira wants a match. You want a match? Tozawa steps up. Put that thing away before you hurt yourself. So he rocked up to Bronson, chopped him, said, I want a match. Bronson was like, I'm feeling merciful, no. Chopped him and he went, well, it's your funeral. Put that thing away before you hurt yourself. Do you know what? I don't know what it is about tonight. It's just been fun. It's just been fun. I'm really enjoying the backstage segments. Like, they're either fun or they are genuinely insightful. You know, like, sometimes you go backstage and they're just like, I don't know, Jackie Redmond or Kayla Braxton or someone just doing like a bit of a throwaway interview, you know? You know, those kind of interviews we do in Gorilla before they're about to walk through the curtain. They don't really say anything, and it's all a bit, there's none of that tonight. I feel like every time we go backstage, like, there's something to it. There's, like, you know, there's something to it. And then what we're getting in ring is all right. The in ring could probably have been better tonight. But, I mean, look, what, 1 hour, 20 minutes in, I'm enjoying it. Dare I say it even feels a little different? Just a little different this week. I think the backstage stuff just feels... It feels more... I feel like we're going backstage more. I feel like the locations are more varied. I feel like every time we're going back there, there's actually something that's worth going back there for. We're not just going back there for the sake of going back there. And for me, it's making it a bit of a more enjoyable, tighter experience. Because really, like, those segments backstage are good. I mean, like, the Rhea and Seth one, that was fire. That was so good. That was so good. I really enjoyed that. So, yeah, I'm really enjoying going backstage. I think there's a lot of good stuff there. I would just try and pick up the in-ring stuff. Because, like, Alpha Academy against New Day was just so-so. Indi against Becky, I thought was so-so. I can't remember any other matches because they've been so-so. But if we was to actually start getting some, you know, pretty good in-ring stuff, then this would be a really good show. Pick up the in-ring, drop in an OMG, and we are well into the 8s. If you know, we just need to drop an OMG in there, boom. And again, you know, Nick Aldis and Adam Pearce, that was good. That was good. Enjoyed that. We're not going to do halftime scores yet, though. So don't you dare go putting in your numbers. Don't you dare. Don't even think about it. Dare you? Dare you? What do you think this is? We're going to do that at the next commercial break. Right, Johnny Gargano against Giovanni Vinci. Giovanni Vinci. Giovanni Vinci. What the flip have I written? G-O... Barney. That you spell it? Do you know what? Gargano versus Vinci. This isn't flipping English class. I thought the hard cam side was meant to be empty. That's what AEW want us to believe, said James. Is it not? I haven't looked, to be honest, but their ticket sales are doing all right. I think you sent me that thing about Survivor Series, didn't you, where they've opened up the final segments. Like, seems like that's... I mean, that might be getting fueled a little bit by the CM Punk rumors and whatever. But either way, like, that's good news, isn't it? They opened it up and it should be like a complete sellout for Survivor Series. Which you would hope that it would be, in all fairness, because it is one of their big four and it is inside an arena. You know, if you think that we sell how many tickets for WrestleMania and stadium for SummerSlam and, you know, stadium for Royal Rumble, like, you'd like to think that we should be able to sell out Survivor Series. But either way, the ticket sales seem to be doing all right. In fact, they're just saying that they're trying to open more seats in at Crown Jewel because that's sold out as well. Mitchell said, with Raw being 3 hours, I just want at least one solid 15, 25-minute banger each week. I love wrestling. With a 3-hour show, I feel like they could do that. Yeah. I mean, the main event tries to be that, but the problem is that adverts get in the way, don't they? And even with the 3-hour show, adverts will get in the way. I don't disagree, though, that well, I don't know, 15 minutes, I think we do get that. I think the main event delivers that. Have you got what it takes to survive 5 nights at Freddy's? Don't know. Has he got cookies? If he's got cookies, I should be fine. Sign in the crowd says boo. I'm tired of seeing hardcam side AEW tweets. If Tony is going to move the shows to smaller venues, he's going to weigh profit, loss, and all of the business buzzwords. Business buzzwords. You would think it would make more business sense to go to a smaller venue. If you go to a smaller venue, you've got to think that's going to be cheaper to rent. And if you can't fill the bigger venues, you're not losing out on ticket sales. So from a business point of view, you'd think it may make more business sense. What you do lose is that perception, don't you? Do lose that perception. But then that hasn't really hurt NXT, has it? How's that sound? I had the sound from a movie trailer during the show. Did you have that? That must have been a production botch. That must have been a production botch. All of a sudden, I had sound from, like, PG-13. Some sort of film trailer that I can't even see, which I can only imagine would be Five Nights at Freddy. Or Freddy's, or whatever. But I didn't have the image. Did you have that? Yes, says Jaco. What's going on? Hey, I had praise for this show. I was praising this show. Shots coming in by Johnny. There was a hard cam of Samoa Joe doing a promo, and there's a photo of him looking at empty seats. Oh, Johnny going over by the ropes. Yeah, as I said, like, I can understand it being a perception thing. Like, nah, we're big. We're just as big as WWE. Look, we're in arenas as well. Whereas if they go down to, like, you know, smaller venues, obviously then it ain't going to look like they're on WWE's level. But you know what? Spoiler, they're not. And NXT comes from a small venue, and that does good ratings. So I don't know if it's not going to affect ratings, but it just might affect their perception. Tommaso is chasing Ludwig away. Nice top rope enziguri by Johnny. Johnny going over the top into a DDT. Giovanni Vinci down. 1, 2. Oh my God, Imperium have lost. Daddy Ring General is going to be upset. Daddy Gunther. Big Van Gunther. Ciampa's got a DIY shirt on. Got a DIY shirt. Is that a new DIY shirt? DIY. Don't forget, we're doing halftime scores very soon. Start thinking about how you are going to score it. Oh, Nakamura. A brutal beating from Shinsuke Nakamura is a beautiful thing. I am so happy to give Ricochet this experience. His efforts were an honorable sacrifice. But now I want to find an opponent who will inspire the yet-to-be-seen self within me. Mm. They always promise better to come, don't they? Do you notice that? Release the expression that's still trapped in my dreams. I mean, he's been on the main roster how long? I'm pretty sure he should have shown this by now. But I still love this. I'm still here for this. Who is worthy enough to set me free? Wrestling is such a tease, isn't it? Because now I want to see whatever it is he's talking about. But he's been on the main roster since 2018. You've not seen what I'm capable of. Well, why not? Why not, you boomer? Oh. Talking to boomers. Here is Logan Paul. Logan Paul making his way down to the ring. Oh, everyone's going to flip and leave the stream now, aren't they? It's not Logan Paul. It's Pogan Law. Pogan Law has made his way down. Sign in the crowd about Logan. I'm guessing must be positive. Loud boos for Logan. Thumbs down for Logan. Right, time for halftime scores. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Boom. Jordan said 7. LD Cool said 7. 1 Minute Wrestler said 7. Bad Karma said 5. Brony with a 7. Daniel 7.5. Arborus with a 7. Marty B said 2 now that Logan's here. Chris said 3.5. Nights at Freddy's. That's good. That was done well. George Vlog said 6.891. Draco with a 7. The Beach Kevin 8.5. Terry with a 7. Joe C. Real Gamer 2 with a 7. Stone 9547.5. Justin said the Paulies versus the Swifties. Let's go. Danny D with a 5.5. Greg says 8. Marty B says 3. Smurfy Toon said 7. Triton Cascade with an 8. Miguel said, this is my favourite part. Days just sits like this, lol. Brony said 7. Backstage segments kind of carrying the show. Steven says 7. Horror says 1. Cody said 8. Sweater Roy said 9.10. Kevin with a 2. Tom with a 2. A. Jobson with a 7. Marty with a 3. Nunya with an 8. Irish Rebel with a 7. Just jumped up. Travis with a 6.9. Jeff with a 6. Aaron with a 7. Can't Stop, Won't Stop says 8. Trade Gaming says 7. Chastity Plum with a 7. Trini said 6.75. Jordan with a 1. Anthony with a 10. Stand and Fight with a 7. Zoe Killer with an 8. Seth freaking Rollins with a 7. JB with a 5. King Chassa says 6.5. Kieran says 6. Richard said score DIY 1, Imperium 1. It's down to Kaiser versus Gargano to settle the score. Wrestling Guy says 7. Anthony with a 10. Denzel with an 8. Trey Gaming with a 7. Ledger Killer said 6.5. Sonny said 6. Kieran said 7.5. Mitchell said I'll sit in the 7 range. A. Jobson with a 7. AJG says, I am Paul Logan. April and Greg said 9. Brian said 6.5. Trini said, sorry, was cooking, just like Triple H. Right, we're going back to the show. We've got Logan Paul in the ring. He's doing some shots, uppercuts. He's letting the fists fly. United States Championship, Rey Mysterio versus Pogan Law. What's he going to say? Oh my God, it's so exciting. Dallas, Texas. Wow. Loud boos. So much love. The fool that I beat... That person I beat in my fight embarrassed himself so badly he got dropped by his fight league. Talk about Dylan Dennis. Sucks to be that guy. Technically. I'm a free agent too. So all you Logan Paul haters, run to your keyboards. When I beat Rey Mysterio, loud boos. I'll give you something to talk about. Once I'm champion, I might even come back to Raw. Right, here's Dirty Dom Dominic. Loud boos for Dominic. Logan in the ring. Dominic coming out. Loud boos. Logan applaud him. This is going to be like booception, isn't it? I mean, there's just going to be so many boos here. We might create a mini black hole. Loud boos, man. You show Dirty Dom some respect, says Logan. Logan. No idea what he's saying. Someone's even got a sign that says boo. That's good. They haven't got to go to the effort. God bless them. Oh, he's still booing, actually, looking at the guy. He's still putting the effort in as well. No idea what he said. You and I have got amazing natural ability. This guy right here grew up with a deadbeat dad. Wow. A kid from Ohio. I overcame the odds. Okay. The loud boos on Dominic. The loud boos on Dominic are obviously fun, but it's a little bit like Seth's thing where, like, they interrupt the segment, you know? This is segment of the year, said Gerald. Logan keeps saying that's absolutely right, Dom, but I have no idea what he's saying. My favorite ring announcer is here. Sami. She's looking lovely this evening, isn't she? She's my favorite ring announcer as well. Join me in the ring. She's like, nah, mate. No, I don't want to. I'm being serious. It's been a while since I've seen you. I owe you a heartfelt thank you. You deserve to be given your flowers. So he's asking her to come into the ring. Superstar. Voice of the WWE. He's making her way over. She's looking lovely, as always. Hi, Samantha. I just want to say, I know it's hard for you when you had to announce me as the winner at SummerSlam, which was good. You kept it professional, and you did such an incredible job. To do these people. Can you give them a preview and announce me as the new... I'm not doing that. United States champion. Right now. And new. Do it. And new. Whoa! Ricochet! Ricochet takes down Logan. Wallops Dirty Dom as well. Logan goes down. Ricochet. Dominic charging over at Ricochet. Duck underneath Ricochet. Boom, big knee. Dirty Dom goes down. I was enjoying that, you know. I really like the way that he's brought Samantha into it. Ricochet. Oof. Dominic gets out the way. We got Logan and Dominic on the outsides. Got to tell you, I was engaged in that. I was listening to it. I didn't know where it was going to go. Samantha being involved was unexpected. Interesting. I did expect Dom to be out there. I expected Dom to be out. But so many boos. So many boos. Too many boos, actually. Oh. Little kiss. Oh. You all right? Yeah, I'm all right. How's your boobs? They're fine. Okay, good. I love that promo, said George. Oh, Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green. Chelsea and Piper Niven now. So, who's her partner? Mitchell said Logan is picking this up like Kurt Angle. Hi, Dallas. Hi, Dallas. Let's go. How's your boobs? Is like getting first aid from William. Yep. And I say that as someone that's had first aid from William. There was a lot of testicle checking. Let's put it that way. And I had a sore throat, so I didn't really understand what was going on. But Gerald said, could you imagine the heat of a Dirty Dom Logan team? I think we just saw it. Natty and one of her cats. 2 paws. Or is 2 paws dead? 3 paws. Sonny said, I've got 3 5-star reviews on Amazon for my book. That should tell you that my book is good. Buy my book now. The Thoughts Within, a collection of poems. Poems. Sonny, I hope you're doing well. I hope the book is continuing to do well. It's like in the charts and everything. So, Sonny killing it. Darwin said, I've really enjoyed Raw tonight. Pierce and Nick is going to explode into a feud at Survivor Series. GM feels refreshing. Excited, building big final pay-per-view at Survivor Series. Darwin, shout out to you. Scottish Nightmare, she didn't hurt her knee again, did she? Tegan, do you know what? I don't think it's that serious. It's just an injury from NXT. But Tegan Nox is made of glass. She's made of glass. And if you look at that girl, she breaks. Bembo said, I just realised something for Elim Chamber next year is on a Saturday in Australia, which means it will be like midday. Oh, hello, midday. Here in SmackDown will be 1 a.m. the night before. Well, they will just record SmackDown, won't they? Don't think they'll do SmackDown live because it'll have to get shown in its time slot in America. So it'll likely be recorded or something. How many times does this make Tegan Nox injuries now? Oh. How many times is she not injured? That's the smaller number. Ellis Stubb said Logan is very good at absorbing heat in wrestling, but he shows up once 5 months, it feels like, and because of that, there's no way that I could get behind a US title stint for Logan, says Ellis Stubb. James said, at least Tegan goes down fighting, unlike Dennis. Corey said, are you excited TNA wrestling back 6-sided ring? Apparently not 6-sided ring. So I've heard there's no plans for the 6-sided ring. Just the name change. Johnny said, I feel like Jay Cargill is Natty's partner. Okay, I don't feel that. Just because this would be a bit of a random show for her to appear on. Yeah, I don't feel that. Who would it be though if it's not Jade? I mean, there's women, and there are women back there. I just can't think as to who, because a lot of them are being used. We'll find out. Candice LeRae's the tag partner. Was it last week when that kid felt her boob? Nikki Cross is who it is. Nikki Cross. Oh yeah, former women's champion. I forgot that. Look at her. Look at the enthusiasm. Let's go. Natalia's like... Nikki's like... She's like death. Like a flipping female Undertaker making her way down super slow. Look at the smile on Natalia's face. Slowly making her way down. Maybe when she gets tagged in. I wonder what she'll be like when she gets tagged in. Against the ropes goes Natalya around the back, rolling up Chelsea. Chelsea kicks out. Chelsea blocks the sharpshooter as Natalya rolls through. One. It's just a one. Chelsea getting up to I don't know why. It really makes me laugh. Just standing on the edge of the ring, just not even engaging in what's happening. She reminds me a lot of girls that I've gone out with, you know. That's normally the expression I see during the dates. Just a complete absence of any sort of engagement whatsoever. That's sort of like, I would rather be anywhere else, look, you know? Literally anywhere other than where I am right now. I don't know what we're doing. She's doing the Festus gimmick, said, could you imagine? Bell rings and she goes mental. She is locked in. She is dialed in right now. And do you know what? It makes a lot of sense. There's no point standing, screaming, shouting, all of that kind of stuff. What's that going to achieve? It's going to achieve nothing. All you're doing is wasting your energy. Anyone else desperate to see what's going to happen when she gets tagged? I am so desperate. Do you know what they should do? They should end this match without her being tagged. They should end it without her being tagged and do this partnership again next week. And again, end it without her being tagged. Oh, she's jumped off the edge of the ring. What's she doing? I wanted to know what would happen when she got tagged. Instead, she's walking off. And do you know what? It looks like she's sort of looking and being guided by something. Oof, Chelsea goes down. We've seen her do that before, though. You know, she's heard voices and all this in the past. Clothesline, down goes Chelsea. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Natalya getting around the back of Chelsea. Chelsea going around the back of Natalya. Should be getting towards the end of this. Chelsea goes over. Boots. Down. In comes Piper. Piper grabbing Natalya. Natalya flipping Piper down. Chelsea. Oh! Down goes Natalya as Piper with a crossbody. 1, 2, 3. It's a win for Chelsea and Piper. Well done. You managed to beat up one woman, but Chelsea Green. Michael Cole said, I think you should go to the back and do an exclusive interview. Nikki Cross is having paranormal activities. But perhaps what happened is she really doesn't like Logan and she just zoned out from, like, the world during that last segment. Perhaps she was backstage booing so much like everyone else. She actually blacked out and she's gone to, like... she needs her sit down and a cup of tea. She's like... oh, she's gone all funny. As far as partner choices go, that is not one of the better ones, said Arborus. Well put. I agree. I think Natalya's going to look back on that and think, wrong move. Natty ain't no Natty with the fake bombs. Logan's going to win, said Darren Guy. We're just seeing some footage from earlier when Cody was attacked. Obviously, we've still got some big matches coming up in that third hour. Sami is facing Drew. Damian is facing Jey. Steel on bone. Medical update on Cody. He has suffered an ankle injury. Thankfully, he has not torn his boob again. That's good. Here's Drew. I'm sorry about what happened last week. I couldn't possibly imagine how it feels to have the bloodline cost you a championship. Just get over it. If you wasn't on Raw, this match with Sami wouldn't happen. So whatever happens is on you. Well, that Sami match is next. Here he is. Here he is. Future world champion Sami Zayn. Sami versus Drew McIntyre. Let's go. Let's go. Excited. Ba-dum-ba-da-da. Ba-dum-ba-da-da-da-dum-dum-dum. Nikki Cross was a zombie, and they think I care about Cody's injury when he's gonna win anyway, said Jada. Nikki just walked past my window, still staring and walking aimlessly, said WWE Fan 1000. Gerald said the segments tonight are so good. Rest with Andy said it's a build towards product placement. She's not had her cinnamon toast crunch. When she gets it at WrestleMania, she will hulk up and win the title. Do you know what's depressing is that could absolutely be what we're doing. Like, it's so close to what could actually be happening that I'm a little bit worried. Amazing. She is going to be a meme now. That moody looking face of hers. Well, it wasn't even moody looking, was it? It was just distant. That distant look in her eyes. I can see that being a meme now. I am number 65 for poetry in the young adults category. Poetry books sell good on Amazon. They have a lot of poetry books. Well, Sonny, I am pleased that it is continuing to go well for you. Hard work pays off. I love Sami as well, says Sonny. Juan said Nikki is always like that, as we know. Yeah, she has like looked off into the distance before. I mean, I haven't seen anyone saying that that's Bray related or anything like that, but we know that there have been rumors of the Firefly Funhouse coming back, and we know that she would be a front runner to join a new Firefly Funhouse. So I don't think it's anything along those lines, but I must admit my brain did flick there momentarily. But I was all right with it. I allowed my brain to go there momentarily. But, no, yeah, it is true. We have seen her kind of like staring off in the distance before. Do you remember when she binned off the 24/7 title? She was doing it then. In fact, she was looking up and looking at whatever she was looking at so much she missed the bin and threw the 24 title like on the floor next to the bin. So it's probably nothing. But it was funny though. I've got the. I should be able to get the image. Right, we are at commercial break, and we are approaching what I like to call the final hour. The final hour coming up. Look at that. Brilliant. Brilliant. Just it's like every date I've ever been on. Is the Miz? It's been weeks since I've had something worthy, says The Miz. I'm the first ever 2-time Grand Slam champion. Nick Aldis knows that. Here's Rhea. Rhea signing the contracts. Rhea says, I'm keeping the pen. Is it a nice pen? Oh, that's gone in the... oof. Let's get some ice on your chin. She's concerned. Ice. We need ice. So, The Miz was like, Nick Aldis knows my value. Rhea signed the contract, and then she said, I'm keeping the pen. That went somewhere. And then she went like that as well to The Miz. Which is very Maurice-esque, isn't it? And then she walked off a little bit, bumped into Dirty Dom. And said he needed to put ice on his face. Right, Mitchell said, please post that with a caption. Ugh, Mondays. It's not really like a, I don't know if I get an, but she's just not there. She's not, I don't even think she's thinking, In my mind, like, if she was on AEW, it's sort of like she's looking over at the hard cam side going, where's the people? It's a joke. Like, isn't there meant to be people on those seats opposite where the hard cam is? It's not like a, it's more of a... Confused. I'm sure there's meant to be people there. It's a joke. If you are a hardcore AEW fan that was offended by that, please call 0800 I don't give a flip. Thank you. Here's Drew. Drew is in the ring with Sami. Hi, Mom. That's what the sign says. Right. How's this going to go down? Which way is this going to go? That expression is like, I'm a sandwich short of a picnic, says James. Right, here we go. Both of these guys locking up. Sami is driven back to the corner. Please get rid of the swords. Is it true a British wrestler turned his match into a shoot and got arrested? Don't know. Is that a story, is it? I mean, if he's a British wrestler, I mean, it's probably like a really small indie thing, you know? We haven't really got any major promotions over here. The biggest we got is like Progress Rev Pro, isn't it? And if something had happened there, I think it would have been a bigger story. Because I haven't heard anything. Richard said, Miz versus Gunther. He said that he had made the IC title. Could be going that way, Richard, yeah. It's not a bad shout. Certainly do not expect the Miz to be beating Gunther. But he could be a victim. Sami is coming off the rope, trying to get Drew down. Sami again going against the rope. Drew standing his ground. Sami not able to get him down. Sami is... Oh, chopped by Sami. Nice. Against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. Sami goes down. Wade Barrett said, all you've gone and done is fire up McIntyre now. McIntyre in the corner. Big chop coming in. Sami definitely feeling the effects of that. Definitely feeling the effects. Sami over by the ropes. Another big chop comes in there by Drew. Sami goes down. Miz couldn't beat his own shadow, said Smurfy. Rhea needs to break off her engagement to Buddy and Dom with his girlfriend. They need to get together. Because you can tell there is love between them, says Dylan. Out the ring goes Sami. Maybe Asuka and Kairi will be best tag champs. Drew being dragged out the ring. Shot coming in there by Sami. Drew going face first into the edge of the ring. Sami is being hurled. Jumps up. Moonsaults. Off the barricades. Let's go. Sami trying to involve the crowds. And Sami. Wonderful beard. Can we just show some respect to the beards? I mean, that is a serious beard. Really good. Really great work by Sami. Look underneath. Against the ropes. Sami again. Crossbody, but gets caught by Drew. Drew picks up Sami into a suplex. McIntyre staring at Sami. Drew now stomping away at Sami. Chop coming in. Another chop. He's trying to clothesline. Oh, I hope this isn't going to become what AEW do, which is where they just stand and try to take each other's shots. It looks like Sami's trying to knock Drew down, but Drew just keeps hitting him, and it's Sami that ends up going down. Sami rolling over by the ropes. Getting back up to his feet. Drew hurling Sami over to the other side. Love that. Bounces off that bottom rope. Bounces over. Leapfrogs over Drew. Into a clothesline. Drew goes down. It's a good spot, that is. Chop coming in. He's driving Drew back against the ropes. Forearms coming in. Referee looking to separate both guys. Sami against the ropes holds on. Drew over the top to the outside. Sami through the ropes. Boots. Drew going round the other side as Sami's going to look to go over the top. Crossbody, he gets caught. Wow. That's good strength. He catches Sami. Now he hurls Sami over the commentary table. Over the commentary table. And we go to commercial break. That spot is overused in all companies, says Mitchell. When is Gunther, Drew, and how would WWE book the match? Have we seen it one-on-one? I feel like, have we seen it? We saw them in that triple threat, and I feel like we then saw it as a singles match. So I think they've done it. Bianca Belair against Jade Cargill. Who would win face-to-face? Depends, doesn't it? It depends because, I mean, if Jade's coming in and is going to be like, you know, a champion and getting a long run, then she's going to win it. But if the story is going to be that Jade's come in and she's trying to prove that she is as good as the women and we just want to make out that she's not quite there yet. Yeah, she's good. She's really good. And considering she's only had a few matches, she's incredible, but she's not quite ready to beat Bianca yet. You could tell that story. I mean, that story, I think, is quite interesting. It's a harder one to book because there'll be a lot of people saying, no, you've got to get behind her. She needs to have wins, all this kind of stuff. But you can lose and come out of it still looking incredible, you know? If she was to come in and They really build up that she's only had a few matches. And already she's now competing with Bianca or competing with Charlotte. And she just falls short. It's a bit like Rhea. I mean, Rhea went up against Charlotte and just fell short at like WrestleMania 36. And then fast forward a few years, she gets the rematch and she wins. You could absolutely do that with Jade as well. So it's hard, isn't it? It depends what story you want to tell. Depends what the situation is, what the stipulation is. You go either which way. LB said, Rhea and Dom are like a modern-day China and Eddie somewhat. Drew is going to kick Sami's head off, says Wrestling Guy. Trey said Drew Gunther was at SummerSlam. Blue Diamond said, do you remember when The Rock was back? I was there. Tom said, imagine seeing Nikki looking at you like that at the end of a hallway. It could be a movie. WWE Fan 1000 said, this is a Raw special. It's the yearly staring contest. Do you know what? Got to show it, ain't we? There we go. There we go. God bless this woman. Right, we should be going back to the show. We've got about 50 minutes left to go. We've got about 50 minutes left to go. Imagine Raw NXT on TBS if they leave USA. Reports are Amazon are looking to get NBA rights for 10 years and it will cost $50 billion. $50 billion? Jesus. Right, here we go. We've got Halloween Havoc starts tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow. Halloween Havoc starts tomorrow. Right, Sami Zayn, Drew McIntyre. Is the jury out on Edge being someone that's going to be a game changer? It seems like we need to wait until the next WWE big name. Well, I mean, we don't know that he's going to be a game changer until we've started doing some stuff with him, and we've had enough data, you know. So I think the way that they've used him at the start has been a bit disappointing. Only because his first match was on a show that was up against NXT, and that show did 600,000. You know, imagine that you did a show that had Edge's first match on it for your company, and it did 600,000 when your average is 800,000, 850. So yeah, you know, there's been some turbulent times. But once there's been a bit of data that's come in and we've seen the ratings and we know pay-per-view buys and stuff like that. So until we get that data, we don't know. What I would say though is that his numbers on YouTube are really good. I saw AEW videos with like 5 million views or something. 2 million, 4 million. I mean, really healthy numbers. I mean, certainly from that perspective, it looks excellent. Sami climbing up. So Drew chucked back into the ring. Sami climbing up in the corner. Drew coming over to him. Throwing in some big clubbing blows. And again. They really love this Five Nights at Freddy movie. I will watch it probably when it comes out. Well, they love it because they've been given a load of money to love it. Sami on the back of Drew. Oh, I tell you what, the crowd are really into this, you know. Crowd are really into this. So he went for the white noise, but Sami rolled through and ended up hitting a powerbomb. Excellent. These two, pay-per-view, with an opportunity to cook. This is awesome, and I think that's the first time we've heard that tonight. This is awesome. Go on, Sami! Sami trying to pick up Drew. It did look like he was going for the Blue Thunder Bomb, but he couldn't get it. Clubbing blows to the back of Drew. Drew. Headbutt. Sami goes down. Drew backs up to the corner. Sami looking to get back up onto his feet. Drew feeling the effects, though. Grabbing a hold of his ribs. Charging over, looking for the Claymore, but a kick there by Sami. Blue Thunder Bomb connects. 1, 2. Ah! Come on, Sami! If you want to get to the very top level, McIntyre will test you. Drew is down in the middle of the ring. This is awesome, chant from the crowds. That was great as Drew was going to try and hit that Claymore. He didn't get it. And Sami flicked out a kick instead. Sami getting back up to his feet. Drew, chop coming in there by Drew. Sami goes back to the corner. Exploder. No, elbows coming in by Drew. Again, Sami trying to pick up Drew. Drew, belly to belly. Belly to belly, he charges over. Drives Sami in the corner. Another belly to belly by Drew. Drew, again, back up on his feet. Net breaker. Net breaker. Drew down. Sami down. Crowd applaud him. How long have we got? We got time, man. We should be... Kip up. Kip up by Drew. Raw tonight is 10 out of 10, said Josh. John said, match of the night so far. Sami's Blue Thunder Bombs always finish the match, said Erase Your Minds. Who's coming down? Rhea's coming down. Rhea's making her way down to the ring. One, two. Exploder into the corner by Sami. Has Rhea's music changed? I always have to have the sound down, but what happened to the eat, sleep, dream? You know, her normal music. Sounded different. Claymore. Sami was distracted by Mummy and... it's a win for Drew, thanks to a distraction. It's gone the way we thought beforehand. Drew wins. Doesn't win clean. It's a bit heelish. It continues his journey towards being a heel. I didn't factor in Rhea coming down, though. Great match. I think this is great action, but I don't have much reason to care. How about because you love Sami and you want the best for Sami? Yeah? How about that? How about them apples? Drew just walks past Mummy. We're backstage with Katana and Caden. The blue is working for you. Oh, hello. Here's Adam Pearce. Your superstars. That was just a friendly conversation, Adam. I'll make it easy for you. I'm going to take off. My pleasure. Thanks for coming. My pleasure. Oh, here she is. Here's Happy. Love it. Adam Pearce says, I need a drink. Michael Cole says so does he. Maybe they could go for a drink together. Maybe they could go on a date. Maybe that's next week's show. Right, here's Big Bronson Reed. He's going to be taking on Akira Tozawa. Dream match. Big Bronson Reed against Akira Tozawa. This is not going to go well. For Bronson. These two girls made Pearson Oldest look like Taker and Kane, said Wisp. John, shout out to you. I think we all need a drink trying to work out what's going on with Nikki, said WWE Fan 1000s. Someone get poor Adam Pearce a libation. Libation. Never heard that. A libation. What's that? Is that a drink? What's a libation? Dream match incoming. How awesome would it be if we had Wade Barrett against Nick Aldis match? That would be awesome. What is Adam Pearce done? Why not do Adam Pearce, Nick Aldis? That Sami match didn't need that ending, says Mitchell. That's not a dream match, said Kieran. Adam Pearce should have punched Nick, says Carlos. Prince Moolah said Nikki is in space. I think I need a drink, said Travis. Let's go. Akira is about to defy the odds and win, says WWE Fan. Have we had an annual live event overseas before Crown Jewel? Not annual, but we've been overseas, obviously. Nikki had to get some of that OG Kush. Maybe that's what's happened. She's in a Kush coma. That's what's happened to her. We need more Nikki, said Grant Jameson. People are loving Nikki tonight. Absolutely loving Nikki. Look at this. That's just brilliant. Do you know what? That's a real... Isn't that a real lesson in how less is more? This woman has come out, slowly walked her way to the ring, stood on the edge of the ring apron, basically cut no expression whatsoever, stared off into the distance, walked to the back, and she's probably the most over thing on this show. She's probably the thing that people are most engaged with. It's a big lesson, isn't it? They say work hard, try hard, all that kind of stuff. What I'm taking from Nikki is don't bother. Don't bother. Do as little as you can. And there's a good chance that you'll be the most over person. Look at that. God bless that woman. Give Nikki her own show. Let's go. Bronson Reed against Akira Tozawa in the third hour against Monday Night Football spells disaster for Raw ratings. This hour is going to die a death, says Big Time. I feel bad for Sami. He's a good wrestler, said Josh. Listen, he can't win that last match because Drew is going up for the title and he's taking on Seth. So Drew is going to win that match. He was always going to win that match. So how do we get Drew to win, but in a way that protects Sami? We found it. That was it. Well, that's the one. That's the one they went with. So I'm a big Sami fan, and I don't have a problem with it. I get it. Drew is going for the title. He has to win that match. We have to build him up as a threat for Seth. Right. Dallas. We're just seeing shots of AT&T Stadium. Is this another Five Nights at Freddy thing? Oh my God. I don't give a flip. I don't care about these flipping teddy bears. You want to see the film? See the film. I feel like I've seen it. I've seen that many trailers of it now. To be honest, I'm not bothered. Nikki saw Tony in her DMs and it traumatized her. Oh God, do you reckon that was Tony Khan backstage at All In? Fearing for his life. Fearing so much he just shut down. You will care for the bear, says Gerald's. I'm not a horror movie fan. This is horror. This is horror. I thought it was like Barbie. Cuddly bear film thing, you know. Care Bears. Sami needs to leave WWE and go to AEW. Here we go. Look at the size of that shirt. Look at the size of that shirt on Akira Tozawa. Drowning in it. Akira Tozawa making his way down. We got 35 minutes. 35 minutes left to go. Akira Tozawa heading down to the ring. It's rare for a GM to be on the other show. It's not the first time. I don't think Friday and today was the first time. Reminds me of something from Fallout, said Tingling. It's 5 ghost kids haunting robots, said Mystic Mist. It's a kid horror movie, said Scottish Nightmare. Got you. Right, here we go. This is awesome. This is awesome. Chop coming in by Akira. Ducks underneath. Quick strikes. Bronson grabs Akira, hurls him into the corner. Akira moves out the way. Not great shots. Against the ropes goes Akira. Oh, Bronson collides into him. Akira goes down. Oh, big elbow by Bronson. He felt that. He felt that. I felt that. Bronson with a chop to Akira. Akira goes over to the other side. Bronson follows him. Grabs Akira. Akira goes into the corner. Akira goes down. Bronson walking around, standing over Akira, grabbing Akira, picking him up. He's going to look to hurl him over to the other side as well as big Bronson collides into him. Hurls Akira over. I don't know, what are they chanting? Bronson easily picks up Akira, slams him down, sent on, but Akira rolls out the way. Maxina's come out with Akira. Akira trying to get up to his feet. Man, he's just took some really big shots, Akira. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why is he the flipping Undertaker? He's just took some real punishment, like big elbows and all this. And Akira's just zipping around again now. Reed sort of going into the ropes. Akira looking to go up top. Crossbody, he gets caught. Yeah, put him away. Bang. Drives him down. Bronson sent on. And now Bronson going upstairs. Tsunami! Big Bronson Reed wins. Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, Bronson Reed hit him with some big stuff. And then Akira just came back and just acted like everything was great. Fired up. It's like Hulk Hogan hulking up. Bronson finished the job, though. Boom. Look at that tsunami is beautiful in it. It's only, all it is a splash off the top, but it does look brutal. Right, coming up, we've got Jey Uso, Damian Priest. Main events. Main event, Jey. In the main event. He's like the Fiend at Hell in a Cell, said Wrestler. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Good comparison. Dang, that tsunami got over, said Gerald's. The crowd didn't care, said Broken Dreams. Bronson might not be over, but the finish is. Ledger Killer said, R.I.P. Akira Tozawa. R.I.P. to Bobby Charlton, said Stephen. Tozawa as a wrestler, he's the best wrestler. He's better than Roman, said Pat Wham. Splat, said John. Tozawa has been training with Otis. He's taken what Bronson Reed will dish out. Seems weird we've not had an in-ring Seth segment, says Liam. Yeah, good point. I was born and bred to give advice, says AJG. Mitchell said, Nikki needs to learn if she wants to do as little as she can. She needs to pull a Roman and just not show up. That's how you do it. Yeah, it is true. Roman is the master of doing as little as possible. That probably is her tribal chief. Well, it is her tribal chief. But he's probably an inspiration in many different ways. Poor Tozawa is going to be looking like Nikki after that tsunami, said Gerald's. We need Tozawa and R-Truth tag team, said James. I remember that Alpha Academy was down at first, but look at them now, said Juan. Right, we are at commercial break and we've got half an hour to go. That is all. Half an hour to go. We are building and working our way towards the end of the show. It's been all right. It's been all right. I think the in-ring has just been a little bit lacking, but the Sami match definitely helped. I think the backstage segments have been good. I think the show has raced along. All good, man. All good. I don't think it's been exceptional or anything crazy like that. Like, I think for example, I haven't made a video, so that immediately says that there hasn't been anything that, like, it feels that I need to be shouting about. But even though there hasn't really been any kind of big, juicy, noteworthy moments, other than Nikki staring off into the distance, I would say that it has been really solid. Really solid. So I've enjoyed it. But we've got one more match to go. And that is going to be Jey Uso taking on Damian Priest. We need more Nikki, said Brian. More Nikki. Okay. Dallas Cowboys. Got a Dallas Cowboys belt backstage. Here's Akira. I got confidence in you. I can turn you into a great tag team wrestler. So DIY are back. We've got New Day. We've got DIY. Cowboys belt. Right, we're backstage with Drew. Here's Seth. Your first win as the newest member of the Judgment Day. I saw you talking to Rhea. So Seth said, well done. Many congrats for your first win as the newest member of the Judgment Day. Seth says there is no deal between me and Rhea. No Judgment Day. May the best man win. So Drew said, I don't need them either. Okay. Go home show next week. Play PJ93 said, who is your favorite wrestler of all time? Probably Shawn. I mean, Undertaker would have to be in the conversation as well. Absolutely. But there are periods of Undertaker's career that I just wasn't that engaged with. Like Ministry Undertaker, I really didn't like. Really didn't like Ministry Undertaker. And to be honest, when he went American Badass, I thought he was all right. I got it, but I mean, it was nowhere near as good as like when he debuted, like when he first came in, you know. So yeah, difficult. I always say both. Okay, here's Jay. What a show on NXT last week with Taker, Cody, LA Knight. That was epic and deadly, said Steven. They confirm that they are back because they want to, not always. I am Bliss, I am Grace, I will throw pizza in your face, says AJG. Akira Tozawa joins Alpha Academy. What? Said Adam. And they said we're going to work towards making him a tag wrestler. So it certainly feels like Chad wins the IC, and then he can be the leader of Alpha Academy with the IC belt. And then Otis and Akira can be the tag team in that group. Okay, Jay has come down and he's doing the, you know, that thing. Raw needs Stone Cold back, said Josh. So Killer said Papa Shango was the boy. It would be corny if he joined Judgment Day. Yeah, it wouldn't really work. It wouldn't work for me. Okay, so Jay is firing up the fans as we go back to another commercial break. Jeez. Now we're looking at Roman and LA Knight. Tell them whose game it is. Roman Reigns, LA Knight, undisputed WWE Championship. Riyadh. One week from Saturday. The show needs more Farouk. First time Roman and LA fight each other, says Juan. The biker gimmick was my favorite, said WWE fan. Stuttering Steve said, I wish I was there in the crowd doing the same thing. How many ads do they need? I know, man, there's been loads. It's felt like there's been like, I don't know if I feel like there's been like more in the past like 40 minutes. Maybe that's a sign of the show though, you know. I don't know. Someone said maybe Alexa Bliss's Lily made Nikki act out. I wouldn't hate that idea, said George Vlogs. John said, how would WWE book a match that is a fun one between Bronson and Otis? How would WWE book that? I don't think you'd book a big feud there because, I mean, you're talking about Otis, who is in a bit of a tag team in a faction, and Bronson, who's just sort of out on his own. So you could probably do it as like a one-off like match on Raw. But if you wanted to make it a bigger thing, then you would probably have to have like Bronson destroy Akira Tozawa. Maybe Chad is away. Like, you'd have to find a way of isolating Otis on his own, so he'd have to take things into his own hands, you know? Otherwise, I can't see why you would have like someone that's in a faction getting involved with like a feud with Bronson. So, not an easy one to book. You can do it. Of course you can do it. But you'd have to... I think the way I'd go about it is I would isolate... I'd have Akira get wiped out with being beaten up. I'd have Chad's, engaged with some of the feuds. It means that Otis is on his own. Maxine is scared. And so he's got to step up to Bronson on his own and kind of use that as a starting point. Carlos said if CM Punk mixes his way back to... It's gone. WWE are greedy with ads. It's not even legal in the UK to advertise this much, which is why we see a lot of TNT Sport infomercials to get around Ofcon rules. Oh, that's interesting. Steven said, like I said weeks ago, if LA Knight loses and gives Roman a match, even if it's a 25-minute match, he will have earned my respect, and I could see him as a future world champion for sure. AJG says, switch the first letter and the first last name of a wrestler, Shapapango. Shapapango. That's good. Shapapango. Right, we're about to get back to the action. We got 18 minutes left to go. 18 minutes left to go. Let's go. Jey Uso, Damian Priest. I think I would have rather had Sami and Drew close the show, to be honest. Here is Damian Priest. He's got lots of things, isn't he? He's got a belt around his waist. He's got another belt hanging off the side of it. He's got the Money in the Bank briefcase. Got a lot going on, this guy. Halloween Havoc will be better, said Kian. Send your Money in the Bank. Damian Priest. So, Cody and Damian has been made official. Cody, Damian. Damian making his way down to the ring then. Holding up that Money in the Bank briefcase. There's a sign in the crowd that I can't read. Judgment Day will never lose. Something like that. Damian Priest is looking the part, isn't he, man? Damian Priest is really interesting, isn't he? Because he's got the look. He's got the gruff promo voice. He can go in the ring as well, like... Here we go then. Jey Uso is in one corner. We got Damian Priest in the other. Damian Priest has come down on his own, but we know it won't stay that way. There's going to be loads of people involved in this. I'm sure Cody will be involved and Dom will be involved. And WWE Universe in USA. SmackDown is on your TV on Fox Sports 1. Punk has signed with Impact, says Justin. I would rather see Knight dethrone Dominic, said WWE fan. Mitchell said, as long as Damian doesn't get eaten by zombies, then we're all good. That's true. Definitely don't need to be reliving that. Live this Friday. Don't forget this Friday, SmackDown is on FS1. Damian is in the ring, standing over Jey. Goes for a kick to the body. Headbutt coming in there by Damian. Jey, big right hand. Jey goes over to the corner. Damian is in. He's going to look to hurl Jey over the other side. Damian charging after. Goes into the ring. Post drop kick there by Jey. Jey going over. Clothesline. Damian goes over the top to the outside. Jey through the rope. Suicide dive. Is this going to be another flipping commercial? It is, isn't it? Jeez. Jeez. So many. It's probably the same every week. I don't know why. It just feels like loads at the moment. Survivor Series this is probably when you focus on it, and it's probably when you talk about it, you notice them more. Survivor Series this year is set to have more than WrestleMania 22. James said, Punker's not signed, and I should know, being a Impact/TNA mark. Arash Mind said, CM Punk has been hired as a new janitor for the Chicago Blackhawks. Dresslin Ways, said Jeffrey. Dresslin Ways. Welcome to Dresslin Ways. Dresslin Ways. Sounds, in a roundabout way, it kind of sounds like a fashion channel. This is how you should be dressed, Slim. If you want a more formal look, tuck in your shirt. Welcome to Dresslin Ways. All the different ways that you can dressel. Kevin Owens versus Roman SmackDown Championship, says Andy. Gerald, shout out to you. Punker's actually signed with GC Dub. GC Dub. GC Dub. GC Dub. Bembo said, I just realised that the whole Jey getting drunk celebrating their tag title win was for a 9-day reign as champion. Listen, you've got to celebrate the little things in life. You know what I mean? Every day should be celebrated. Every day should be celebrated. So he won the titles. He had a lovely time. Yeah, he lost them 9 days later. But at least we got that moment. Right. Punk has signed with Taylor Swift, says Trini. Wow. Let's go. But perfect for young adults and relatives. My book is good with a cup of coffee or tea. I would say that your book goes with any beverage. I don't think there's a single beverage, Sonny, that your book doesn't pair with beautifully. Dresslin Ways could also work as a source channel. Dresling Ways. Dresling. Yeah, I suppose it is like dress. Yeah, you're right. Could work as a source channel. But then in many ways, isn't this a saucy channel? I think so. Right, here we go. We're going back to the action. We got 11 minutes left, my friends. 11 minutes. Soak it up. Hopefully no more commercial breaks. This should be the rest of the show. We're hearing the rest of the show commercial free. Tomorrow night. Halloween Havoc. NXT. Becky Lynch taking on Lyra Valkyria. Starts tomorrow, 8/7 Central. Be there. I'll be there. Not actually there here, but you know what I mean. Right, here we go. Damian has got a headlock on main event Jey Uso. Send your money in the bank. We are in Dallas, Texas. A sauce channel. You're going to be testing out new ketchup flavors and mayo flavors. Did you see that that dude tried the hottest pepper and he did it on the Hot Ones channel? I haven't seen the video, but I saw on the BBC that he had done it and had like a Guinness World Record and everything. I would imagine the video is probably up. And I'd imagine it's trending. Days, how would WWE book a commercial-free end to the Raw? How would they book a commercial-free end to the Raw? Well, do you know what? If ever it is going to be commercial-free, well, they tend to use that at the start rather than the end. And they also tend to put a load of stuff in there that's a bit rubbish. Because you want your good stuff to convince people to come back from commercial break. So you don't really want to be using your good stuff in that commercial-free hour. Really, what you want to do is use that commercial-free hour to set up the other stuff so that people get hooked and then they stick around and then they watch it and then, of course, they stick around during the adverts. So I don't think they would want to be booking a commercial-free final hour because all of your good stuff you're going to have used. Or you're going to have had not so good stuff and you're going to have then just hoped that people stick around. And then all of your good stuff you're going to give commercial free. Like, that doesn't make any business sense. That's why whenever a show is commercial free, it's always a bit like, yeah, but it's great that it's not going to be commercial free for the first 30 minutes or whatever, but that first 30 minutes ain't going to be great. That first 30 minutes, it ain't going to be like banging matches and everything, because anything that's decent is going to be used to convince you to come back from commercial break. Damian trying to get back up to his feet. Jey is picking up Damian. Jey going against the ropes. Forearm strike there by Damian. Clothesline by Damian as Jey goes down to kick out by Jey. CM Punk has officially signed as a Halloween production expert because he can make people fear for their lives. Very good. CM Punk has signed as a K9 detective. Ace Steel is his dog. Kick out by Jey. Damian standing over Jey. Looking to come in. Grabs him. Back elbow by Jey. Kick to the midsection. Jey taking his shirt off. What's he doing? Puts it round the neck of Damian. Duck underneath by Jey. Picks him up. Samoan drop. 1, 2. Kick out. That was a bit weird. He hit Damian. Damian bent over. Damian then stayed in that bent over position. Just sort of so Jey could put his shirt around his neck. But not in a choking way. In a way that had no impact on anything whatsoever. It's just a bit weird. Are they chanting, "We want tables"? Are they chanting, "We want tables"? Suicide dive. Jey gets hurled into the commentary table. This isn't a no DQ match, is it? That's probably not a great sign for the match, is it, really, if the crowd are chanting, "We want tables"? Damian getting into the ring. Kick coming in there by Jey. I hate that move, you know. That move makes me feel a bit weird. It's that kind of clap that he does on the heads. Damian Priest does it. So he goes up to the opponent and does that, right? The reason why I hate it is because he's done that in the past and I've replicated it on stream, like, to show people, oh, he's just done this, right? And the thing is, if you do it and you actually knock your wrists together like that, like, it really hurts. It's certainly if you do it at speeds. I've done it before on stream where I've like, oh, he's just done that to whoever. And as I've shown, like, oh, he's just gone up to him, he's just done that. As I've, like, smacked my wrist, I've gone, ah! Ah! Proper smarts. Jey is looking to go to the end. So whenever he does it, I'm always feeling a bit worried for him that he's going to do what I keep doing, and that's smack your wrists together like that. Here's Finn Balor. Finn Balor's made his way down. Jey was looking for the cover. We got 4 minutes. Jey going against the ropes. Suicide dive. Adam said Halloween Havoc Part 1 tomorrow. Part 2 on Halloween night. Shot coming in. Are we going to see Dominic and Logan versus Ricochet and a partner, says John. Could do. Looking to pick up. Slam, 2, 3, and it's a win for Damian. It is a win for Damian. It's called the bell clap. Is that what it's called? The bell clap. Oh, it makes me feel weird. It's really, every time he does it, I'm like, oh, please don't hurt yourself. Look at that. You can see people leaving in the background. People are like, right, that's the end of that. Let's go to the car, shall we? Judgment Day, Finn and Damian standing over Jey Uso. Where's Cody? Now, Finn is going to the outsides. He's grabbing a chair. Where's Cody? Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes. Where the hell is Cody Rhodes? Cody, 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 Cody Rhodes. Whoa! Here he comes. Hobbling along, hop along, Harry. Into the railing goes Finn Balor. Duck underneath. Kick to the midsection. Didn't they watch Hell in a Cell? Jab to the midsection by Cody. Chair shot by Cody. Is dealing with Damian. Bang, bang. Hammering away on Damian Priest. Hobbling over. Now he's going to look to put the chair around the leg of Damian. Crowds are into this. They're liking what they're seeing. It's going to be a concerto, but Finn pulls Damian out the ring. He's dragging him. He just dragged him up the entranceway a bit. That's a big guy. Finn Balor's strong, man. Breaking news. It is official. Cody Rhodes, Damian Priest, crown jewel. Can we stop with the exact same episode of Raw 150 weeks in a row, says Liam McMahon. Judgment Day with Jey and Cody is... It is a never-ending cycle, I will admit. Didn't we see this already, said Carlos. I want to watch Hobbling. Monday Night Hobbling. Seth freaking Rollins is taking on J.D. McDonough next week. Well, there we go. We are looking like we're wrapping things up as Cody and Jay are in the ring. We've got Judgment Day in the entranceway. I'm going to put the poll in the chat. No, not in the chat. On the channel. Let's go community. Let's go text poll. What did you score? WWE Raw. And the show has come to an end, so that is how we've wrapped things up. Five. 7.5. All rise for the Judgment Day, says Carter. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, says John. Jordan said 6.25. Sonny said 7. Cody's hopping along like he's Zach Gowen. The blast from the past, isn't it? It's a deep cut. Stay safe out there, says Jadam. And you, buds. Stay safe. Do sleep well. Don't have nightmares. Right. Poll is live, baby. Live. Let's get a few thoughts. Ray said it was better than last week. Yeah, my gut feeling is it was better than last week. I think the main event for me was actually flat. I don't know why. It's probably to do with the fact that we've seen some sort of Judgment Day, Cody, Jey Uso thing like a billion times now, whereas Sami and Drew felt like a fresh matchup. And Sami and Drew proved to be the best match of the night as well, for me, and I would imagine for most. So I would have rather that had closed the show, and I would rather that we'd have spent a little bit of time at least making that a bigger deal as well, because we didn't really do anything for it this week. We didn't do anything to make that match bigger. It just sort of happened. So yeah, I sort of think that we maybe got the match order a little bit wrong, and I would like to have invested in Sami a bit more in the show, invested in Drew a little bit more in the show. I think we needed some stronger wrestling on the show. I think the wrestling overall was a little bit lacking. And to be honest, the biggest grumble I've got is the fact that we didn't really get any kind of big OMG moment. I didn't have anything to really do a video on. I mean, the closest I could have done a video on something was that right there. This is undeniably the highlight of the show. This amazing Oscar-winning performance is the highlight. So a lack of OMG, a lack of in-ring was okay, but could have been turned up. You know, if it was a 5. Then, you know, could have been a 6, could have been a 7, could have been an 8. I think we could have turned that up. But definitely, Drew Sami definitely helps the in-ring. But backstage, gotta tell you, man, I thought backstage killed it this week. Every time we went backstage, it was interesting. It was engaging. It was even brilliant at times. Like the Seth Rhea moment was fantastic. That was really fantastic. And the Nick Aldis, Adam Pearce stuff was really strong. Really enjoyed that. So it seemed like every time you went back there, there was something that was happening, and it was worth being back there. So yeah, I liked it. I liked that part of it. That was really strong. Logan stuff was okay, actually. I like the Logan I've got to say, I wasn't a big fan of the Logan Dominic segment. I sort of was and I wasn't. Like, the reason why I wasn't was because I was into it, and then Dominic trying to talk and then booing him out the building is really starting to get in the way, right? I think it's fine when you've got the Judgment Day in the ring and they can talk, and then when it gets to Dominic, he tries to talk and he gets booed out the building, right? That's all right, because then you can go back to Rhea, you can go back to Finn, you can go back to Damian, and they can carry the segment on. The problem is when you've only got Dominic and Logan in the ring, when it's only two people and they don't like the other person as well, so he's getting booed as well. What kind of a segment do you end up with? Because it's just nothing but boos. And, Logan, at least when he was talking, at least we got the Samantha bit, but there was a bit there where I was starting to think, like, this just reminds me a lot of, like, Seth's song. It reminds me of, like, where they sing Seth's song, and, like, sometimes that can just interrupt a segment and derail a segment. I was like, Logan, when he came out and was talking, I was listening. Dominic coming out, I didn't have a problem with it. Didn't have a problem with them booing Dominic on his way down, but I think it's a bit of a problem. Like, Dominic can't say anything. He legitimately can't say anything because he gets booed out. And they do turn his mic down. They do turn the crowd up. Maybe they shouldn't have done it for this bit. So, yeah, tricky. Because that's kind of his thing, but I sort of felt like it got in the way. And I think it really did derail that kind of segment. But what I will say, though, is that Logan got it back by inviting Samantha in. And then I was, like, right back into the segment again. So I feel like we started off all right. We dipped. And then I got brought back in with the Samantha thing. And Logan was like, announce me as the winner. She was like, no. And then Ricochet attacks and whatever. So... yeah, I mean, that was all right. That was all right in the end. All in all, I think you'd look at it and go, yeah, it was all right. But it couldn't kick on because of the fact that, like, Dominic couldn't get a flipping word in. And that is going to be a problem for him going forward as well. Like, how are we going to overcome that? Because he needs to learn to promo. And if every time he goes to talk, he's not allowed to, like, how are we going to improve his promos? It's a little bit of a problem. I mean, maybe it's all right at this stage because he's still super young and whatever, and, like, the amount of experience he's just getting anyway being out there outweighs any negatives. But eventually he's going to have to promo live. I mean, it's one thing to record it, but it's another thing to do it live. So... yeah, that was kind of a bigger segment, but I just there was some good, there was some bad, but I agree. I think overall it was better than last week. If they booed more loudly at Logan, it would have been a bit funny, but yeah, the joke's not funny anymore. I think it's like a meme, isn't it? As I said, I think it's very similar to Seth's song. I think it's one of those that if you go, you have to do this. This is like it, but there comes a point where you're like, all right, yeah, let me hear what he's got to say now. And that was the same with, like, do you remember the Seth Finn Balor segment where Finn Balor was trying to talk and they were singing Seth's theme all over the top of it, all over the top of him trying to talk? I felt the same then as well. I was like, yeah, let him talk now. But I get it. If you go to these shows, you've paid your money, we're off to Raw tonight, I can't wait, we're off to Raw or whatever, and you got kids and all that kind of stuff, and you go along, of course when Seth's coming out you're going to sing the song. Of course when Dominic goes to talk you're going to boo. It's I can't really blame the crowds because they're doing what we would all do. I'm sure I would do it as well. But watching at home, there does come a point where you're like, yeah, can stop now. Definitely stop now. I'd really like to hear what Dominic's got to say. And I didn't think I'd say that. Right, we asked the question as well. And the question was, will Ospreay, which is kind of funny because that's his name, will Ospreay come to WWE? Yes, 52%. No, 47%. Really close. I mean, we're not far from 50-50 territory there. So, yes, 52%. No, 47%. That poll, 1,300 votes. Serious number of votes there for a Monday night, innit? That's not bad at all. Dave said, why are WWE not using Jade? It's been about 4 weeks since she signed, and we've only seen her backstage. Fans are paying money to see Jade. WWE are not using her. Well, I don't know if fans are paying money to see Jade because she hasn't actually landed anywhere. So you can't buy a ticket to Raw and expect to see Jade. You can't buy a ticket to NXT and expect to see her because she hasn't actually, we don't know what brand she's going to. So if you are buying a ticket to see Jade and you're going to SmackDown, like, I got bad news for you. Chances are you ain't seeing her. The reason why they're not using her, I think there's a couple of things. I think they know where they want to use her, and it could be tomorrow. But equally, like, I think they're working with her down in the Performance Center. So she's working. And I think they're maybe gauging how good she is. And maybe they're like getting a read of how good she is and where her skill set is so that they know where to put her. You know, there's every chance that they have brought her in and they're like, right, let's have her in the PC for a couple of weeks. Let's get a bit of a report as to, you know, what's her promos like, what's her matches like, what's her confidence, you know, where is she saying that she wants to go, blah, 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 blah. Maybe we're using that to gauge where we put her. Once we've made that decision, well, then we need creative, don't we? Then we're going to have to work out what we do with her when we put her there. So, and then obviously we're going to need music. We're going to need to sort out her entrance poses. We're going to need to sort out her moveset. We're going to need to sort out if she's going to have a faction. Like, there's loads of stuff that we need to do. So her theme, I don't know what her theme's going to be. So you got all of that, haven't you, that you're having to work out. I think that there's not a rush because she's young, you know. It's not like she's 45 or whatever. She's young. She's going to be around for many, many years. I think. And also the other advantage is by teasing that she could go here, she could go there. Are you hyping her up more? In the sense of once she actually gets going, that's it. She's going, she's up and running. Whereas if you can create a bit of chatter about what are they doing with her, where is she going? Is she going to Raw? Is she going to SmackDown? Is she going to NXT? If you can start that conversation, then you're going to get quite a bit of dialogue on social media as people are going to be talking about she could go here, she could go there. What should her first feud be? Should she go to NXT and have the title? Should she go straight to the main roster? Could she debut tomorrow? Could she debut at Crown Jewel? Could she be part of a team for Survivor Series? Like, all of this chatter is going to be happening at the moment because she hasn't come in yet. So I think there's a few upsides to it. So yeah, she'll get going soon enough. Certainly think it'll be this year. It could even be tomorrow. I could make an argument for it being tomorrow because it is a TV special. And I think that if she is going to NXT, then you could have her confront Becky tomorrow. After Becky retains against Lyra, and then you can work towards Jade versus Becky at Deadline, which is early December, which sounds a long way away, but it really isn't because it's at the end of October now. So it's probably about 6 weeks or so. And within that time, you'll be doing promos on NXT and everything. So you could make an argument that Halloween Havoc tomorrow is where we go, right, she's going to be in NXT. And her first match is going to be against Becky, and it's going to be at Deadline, and we're going to start the ball rolling, and we've got 6 weeks to build her, and we'll use her on Raw and we'll have her in the crowd, and we'll do a few things backstage, maybe even in the ring on Raw, and we'll build up her debut match, and we'll make that event a big thing, because there is no WWE event in December. There's no premium live event. So it would make sense that WWE go really big with that show, because in many ways it is their only premium live event in December. So why not go big with it? And why not put Jade on it? So again, that would be another reason, because if they brought her in and just faffed around with her, what's the point? You might as well just bring her in, boom, Impact. That's the show we want her on. So let's get a little bit closer to it and target that show. Boom, that's the show. So I gotta tell you, I've got that NXT Deadline show sort of mentally circled. That's the show that I'm thinking that are gonna be really looking at. Let's go down. Cena's last singles win was in Saudi Arabia in 2018. He defeated Triple H that night at the Greatest Royal Rumble Premium Live event, says Adam. Ledger Killer, shout out to you. I'd like to see Rhea versus Becky in a title versus title match, says John. John said, I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Barry said CM Punk is teased for 7 weeks, and Nakamura said, who is enough to set me free? Liv is recovering, but she will win the Rumble, said Barry. Right. Well, I believe we are done. I appreciate the support and people joining us. I hope you enjoyed Raw and got something from it. As I said, I think it was a pretty decent episode, and you can vote over on the channel in the community tab as to what you thought of it. I think, as we said, we kind of broke it down. I think it was a pretty decent show, all in told. Let's see what NXT has got for us tomorrow. Halloween Havoc. And, could it be that Jade Cargill makes her presence felt? I'm probably leaning more towards no tomorrow, but it should still be an interesting show all the same. So have a good evening wherever you are, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow for night 1 of Halloween Havoc. Bye for now.